Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Are you ready for another day of Verdict Watch? Welcome. I thank you for being here. Y'all are awesome. Grab your cup of coffee. Sit back, ease into the morning, and let's get ready for some jury trial. Verdict Watch. Jury deliberation. We got some going today. Will it be before lunch? Could it be after lunch? Could it be even today? We shall see. Y'all are awesome. Good morning. Let's get going with the birthdays because I've already heard some kind of scuffling around in the courtroom, and I want to make sure that we get the birthdays in. You ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to all of our peeps out there that are not mentioned. Debbie, happy birthday. Danielle, may it be a blessing. Stephanie, Jody, Teresa, Angela, may you all have a marvelous birthday. Stephanie Little, Tammy, Monica, Dana, and a very, very special birthday to a dear, dear, dear friend of mine, Amanda Calhoun Graybill. I love you. Happy blessed birthday. We'll celebrate soon. So, thank you, Andrell. Thank you for signing with me. Oh my gosh, y'all. Last night has set me back on my heels. I've got some interesting news coming up with that. Coffee in hand. Coffee in hand is very, very, very important. I'm trying to get my numbers, trying to get my stats. Okay. Wow. Yesterday was a fabulously long day. I did get sleep. Oh, excuse me. I actually got in about 5 hours. It's okay, Andrea. Please do. May I ask what other live you got stuck on? My body just melts. I'm going to go ahead and share our sponsor. I am drinking the Sugar Shack coffee. from Hitchman Homestead, and I absolutely love it. This is their Keurig option, and as you can tell, I've been diving into it. This is what I'm drinking this morning. I am now drinking the Pioneer Roast Nicaraguan blend, and it is, excuse me, the Nicaraguan coffee is smooth. It's a little bit nutty. Oh my gosh, it's awesome. And they are roasting this locally here where I live. So I'll throw the commercial on in a little bit, but we are sponsored today by the Nicaraguan Pioneer Roast from Sugar Shack Coffee, Hitchman Homestead. Great peeps, by the way. They are great people. Oh, that'll be awesome. Please do. I forgot, and I know it's crazy. I am forgetting. Um, oh, I will have to go watch that. Thank you. I peeps and mod, I keep forgetting to check Discord because I am so new to it. How was my sound today, Miss Eddie and Andrielle? Read the first comment I put this morning. It is important to me that you do that. Posted at 7:36 a.m. For those of you who are joining me for the first time, I'm Ada Kay. I am your alternate juror. I grew up hearing, but due to illness and medications and whatnot, I am now 100% deaf and I can't hear myself. So if I sometimes get a little loud, it's okay to put in the chat, hey, calm down, sweetie, getting a little loud. It's okay. I can only go by my monitors visually. So that's why I set that up last night. Let me explain what happened last night. We went to the Canton Select meeting last night. Obviously, a lot of people were not live viewing on that in the beginning. And so we had some mic issues. We had some issues with one microphone. Thank you. Perfect, Andra. One microphone was loud with the board members. Some of the microphones that they used for the citizens to use, you could hear. Other times you couldn't hear. It's like somebody was turning the mic up and down. And that was very hard for me because I really couldn't hear the difference. And then, meaning I didn't know that they were turning it up and down. And so my volume was out of control. Sorry, Sensei? Good girl. Sorry, I have my fireman radio. Engine 3, responsive 514 O lane, 504 O lane for water line repair. Timeout 7:57. Okay, I'm going to turn that down. So, I am a first responder volunteer firefighter, and I do have to listen to that. And I'm a chaplain, so I've got multiple reasons to listening. And anyway, back to last night. So last night, my hearing aids were not functioning properly. No matter what I did, I could not get them to Bluetooth sync to my switchboard, which is what I'm doing this morning. It's working beautifully this morning. Go figure. Go figure. So, oh, good. I'm so glad they finally popped up. I have 2 different live streams ready for the verdict to watch, so we've got that covered. Everything's up and going. Good morning, Sandra. Good blessed morning. And so anyway, once again, I do apologize for the sound issues last night.
You are unmuted.
Okay. All right.
I need to see counsel at sidebar.
Counsel at sidebar. Counsel at sidebar. Why is this? Do you know what? I always notice that one feed is a few minutes later than the other feed. Let's hope that we're not losing another juror. This is something that's really upsetting. Is this yesterday's or today's? She looks like a plastic doll. I'm not trying to be rude, but here's a problem. All of the Alberts and McCabe's are sitting with Mama. I know, right? She invited them to sit with her. Have you noticed the father's not been there? It's being said that the father is supporting Karen Reed, not the Alberts and the McCabe's, and that is why he's not been in there, per a conversation he had with somebody. I'm not sure. Don't know. But this is brutal. Yep. Yeah. And did you see is Chris Albert in the room? I think that was yesterday. Well, it says verdict watch. Let me look. Let me get it off screen. Let me look. It may. I've got multiple up. Maybe. May have been. Okay, we're just going to go with the court feed that I'm familiar with. I was going with a different company, so I think y'all are right. But that said, there has been a lot of upset people about the fact that Miss O'Keefe, and I mean, Turtle Boy went off on it. Yeah. But Miss O'Keefe invited these witnesses to sit with them. They're not supposed to be in there unless it's under the invites of the family. That section is for family and friends. But Mr. O'Keefe, this is what we're watching at the moment. Mr. O'Keefe has not been there, and it's been very well noticed. A lot of people are kind of upset about it. A lot of people are talking about what next? What are we going to watch next? Many people are saying this should have never come to trial. Some people are saying they think it's going to be a week. I'm reading comments. A few of them are saying they think they're going to argue over the MOV while intoxicated. I think that's going to be a charge that may cause a problem. He did have some health problems, but he has always supported Karen Reed. That has been a known thing. I love this. How long till we have movement in the courtroom, do you think? That is so funny. Impatiently waiting for Karen Reed. Oh, someone said good afternoon. They must be out of country. Yeah. Once we get going, I got some awesome news to share. I know some of our mods were up late with me last night. That was an unusual night, I will tell you that. It was a fabulous night, and I'm so stoked for it. It was awesome, y'all. But I will say, I woke up okay. I'm a yawner in the morning. I can't help it. Greg Abbott scores legal win for us Texans at the border. What is it? Governor Albert has secured a legal win in the battle to keep the floating buoys in the Rio Grande River to discourage migrants crossing after judge blocked his motion to exclude expert witness testimony from Adrian Cortez. Cortez, who works for the International Border and Water Commission, has provided testimony in the case, but his authority to do so was challenged by the legal team. Alberts is, here's the context. Governor Alberts has clashed repeatedly with Biden administration over how to handle the illegal immigration across the Texas-Mexican border as a part of the Operation Lone Star, which Abbott. I know my governor's name. Like I said, I got an Albert in the brain. Governor Abbott launched in March of 21. He deployed thousands of Texas Natural Guard soldiers and placed razor wire along the border. Simultaneously, large flowing buoys separated by circular saw-like sheets of metal, which have been put in the Rio Grande. In July, the federal government filed a lawsuit requiring Texan authorities to remove them. He has won the right to do so. Yay, I guess. Don't know. Hi, Sandra. I'm a Texan. I live just north of San Antonio in a little place called Kerrville. We call it Kerpatch. I call it Kerpatch because we're a small town. We are the same size as Canton in numbers. I think our actual land is a little bit, city borders is a little bigger, but in citizens, we're pretty much the exact same size. This tastes so good. Sometimes the coffee is extra good in the morning. This is extra good. Oh my gosh, we've got some fabulous news. Fabulous news. Oh, I'll share it in a minute. Whoa, I'm excited. O'Keefe has changed to the KR side. This is why he hasn't been in court for a gal that calls him Papa. That's what I thought, that he had changed over to the KR side. Texarkana. I love all my Texan. Now, how many miles is that from, say, San Antonio, Courtroom area? We have got some people. Oh, thank you guys so much. Welcome, Miss Sandra. If you haven't already done so, please comment what you did. Like, I hope you did. Subscribe, I pray you do. So I think, I don't know why it's taken so long for them to come on. Well, it is only 8:07, but usually this judge is Miss Johnny on the spot. So, I don't know, y'all. I am waiting like everybody else. Really? What are you doing over here, babe? Maybe we can do a meetup. And Sandra, how far is it west of TTW? Oh, thank you so much, Sandra. Wasn't last night a little wild? Last night was a little crazy. I'd like it like that every time. That would be awesome if it was like that every time. Yeah. Oh, duh. Yeah. Um, for those who don't know me, let me tell you a little bit about myself while we're waiting. Grew up military brat. My parents adopted me at the age of 4.5. And we moved all over the place, but we settled in Texas when my father retired because he's from Texas. And so I born in Tennessee. I'm a Tennessean by birth and blood. I am Irish, primarily, well, very, 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 very strong Irish, but I'm also Cherokee Cree, and I celebrate both sides of my heritage. Hence, you will see Native references or me beading. I do beadwork, Native beadwork, but um, settled here in Texas, stayed here in Texas. So I am like EDB in the fact that I am severely dyslexic. And so acronyms are not easy for me. I haven't heard about that. I'll have to look into it. And sorry, I haven't got my yawns out. And I am deaf. I can speak perfectly because I grew up hearing. I've gone deaf over the last 15, 20 years. Can't believe it's that long since it started. Actually, be 22 years. No, 13. No, I'm sorry. 0323. Yes, it's 22 years ago when my hearing journey began. But really, in the last 10, 15 years ago, that it really kicked up and got really crazy. So it is sometimes difficult for me to hear, and that's why last night's stream was a little difficult. Yes, love her. I would like to get in touch with her. I have been trying my dangest to get in touch with her, and every time I try, it's just not successful. I keep getting a kickback on her email. That's what I'm going to look for today, right now. I'm looking at my emails. Also reached out to Brandy, and I haven't been able to hear back from her. I had hoped. Oh my gosh, I did. Finally got through to Brandy. Oh my gosh. Let me read. Brandy's so amazing. All right. From Brandy. Hello. I would definitely love being I'm definite I would definitely be open to doing that. Once the trial's over, I'm going to take a little time off from streaming to catch up on some sleep. This has been crazy busy for me and would love to do it during that time when I have a little more free schedule. Oh my God. I gotta reply in a little bit. Okay, I guess that was a little loud. I apologize. My apologies. Yes, everybody, please join me in my Discord. Also, I've set up Patreon, but I don't know how to do anything in it yet. I have set up Patreon, and I got to figure out how to do that. Mods, I would love to do a mod only meeting. We need to figure out how to do that, whether it's by Zoom or I don't know, maybe Zoom. But I'm going to need to get everybody's. We're going to have to create special email list and a special contact for all my mods. We do be goofy. Yep. You guys, I thought after all the freaking coffee I drank last night, I was going to be like wired. Guess what? I wasn't. Okay, guys, I have seen some comments on my video last night. Way too much talking over what I was trying to listen to. Okay, I'm going to do an EDB. This is a commentary channel. If you'd like to watch it uninterrupted, you may go to the live stream from that organization. I'm here to comment, and I appreciate you hopping in and watching. I'm sorry you were disappointed. Hey, Brian, gosh, nice to see you. I've heard some fabulous, nice things about you. Good morning. I guess what comes with doing what we're doing is you get people that don't like you so much, and then you get people that absolutely love you. I guess I got the little bit of both. Oh my gosh. Hi everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, since you're on here and we were still waiting for court, I don't know why. Every time I see her, I don't know why I hear I hear a song in my head. Yes, me and Brandy. I might invite Recovery Addict and a couple of other people if I can. Yeah, I know, and that's fine. I've already had somebody complain about me signing. And they said that the deaf people can have their own channel. And I said, you can unfriend me. You can remove your membership. I am not going to tolerate that. I am a disability specialist. I'm a deaf support specialist. I'm an ADA law consultant. I don't put up with that in any way. They need to what Emily's channeling? Oh no. No. I don't care. This is just as much yours as place as mine. I know. So, but okay, guys, I've been holding this. I've been holding it. Have y'all seen how many views we got on this since last night? Toxic Orca, good morning. Last night's stream is currently at 2,904 views and still moving the needle. Oh, I just lost a subscriber. I was up to 309. I'm down to 308. We hit the 300 mark. Yay! So I'm giving away two. I can't give away two of the same. So I'll be giving away two tumblers today. Throughout the day, we'll give away two tumblers. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but I'm going to do it until someone tells me I can't. My mods are fabulous. Everybody's great. Brian, is the sound better today? Oh, it's all because of you guys. I couldn't do any of this on my own. I appreciate and love every single one of you. And I don't say that flippantly. Yeah, giveaways. I wasn't sure. I thought I saw somewhere that we weren't supposed to do raffles or giveaways or something. I don't know. If I get in trouble, I'll just plead the fifth and don't do it again. But until then. Mm-hmm. Yes, birds. Mm-hmm. And I did hit my 6,000th view mark yesterday. Probably going to be a lot more than that. I don't know when this award was posted in my stuff. I'm still learning to read the analytics. But yes, we hit 300 subscribers. I am so excited. Does anybody know? Let me go to X. Why court has not started yet? Juror 12 looks like she just finished crying and is still sniffling and breathing heavy. After juror number 3, she looks like the most likely not guilty vote. Yesterday, she was randomly chosen as an alternate. She was heavily invested and throughout the trial, sitting on every word. She rolled her eyes to disgust during Proctor's testimony. She looks genuinely shook up, and that she will not be able to decide Karen's fate. What? Reed is. Wow, there's a lot of people trying to figure out what's going on right now. So, well, they have to come in. They do have to come in. Thank you guys for liking everything. They do have to come in and go through the. Did you see anything? Did you hear anything? They have to do that. Okay, I got to share this. I have got to share this. This is hysterically funny. Oh my gosh. This is hysterical. I'm going to share this. I know he won't mind. This is funny. I absolutely love this. Share screen, window. Um, Y'all, look at this. Look at the picture. Oh, yeah, guys, it's going to be a little quiet. Oh, okay. That should remind of just plead the fifth and never do it again. It's rather to ask forgiveness than permission. I'm sorry. I have to show that. Uh, oh, oh my gosh. I loved Turtle Boy's. I don't know much about Turtle Boy, and I know some of the things he said last night I do not agree with. And some of the way he was talking, I do not agree with. But each to his own. I wouldn't do it, but he can do it. But I loved his sign, Jill Daniels touched me. Oh, I thought that was funny. Oh, he's got some cojones on that man. That man's got some cojones. 3 months of pictures removed and visibly upset. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand. Yes. Been there, done that. You will get through this. This is only a season. And then you wish you were back there because I miss it. There's a lot of good things about this. I miss the cuddles. I miss the sweet and quiet, peaceful moments holding my baby. I miss them. He ain't scared of he ain't. No, we're not. I think we had 2 or 3 left. Mm-mm. But I am kind of keeping my watching just through X on his page trying to see who's what. Let's see if Ted has anything. Good morning from the Center of Criminal Trial Universe for the first full day of jury deliberations in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The jury is expected to briefly enter the courtroom and then start the day and get back to the decision making. Yesterday, Judge Canone, I want to call her Cannoli, told the jury to not immediately conduct a straw vote before carefully reviewing what they've heard and saw. The media chairs have been removed from the courtroom space. The defense team and both prosecutors are in the courtroom, and everyone else should be arriving soon. Okay, there we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We're just waiting with anticipation like everybody else is. I was really blessed by all the comments last night. But I have to tell you, it was hard for me to go through and pop up and do. So, mods, we do need to have a discussion and figure out two people who, when we have big events, doesn't happen to happen every day, but when we have big events like last night, that they can come into my StreamYard and YouTube. You will have access to both of those and can be able to help take over some of the controls, especially when I'm interpreting. Because when my hands are up in the air, I can't be clicking. And that's very, very important. There was a person that we should have blocked sooner, but I was signing. Just for everyone who's on today, I have a few rules. I guess they're normal for most YouTube channels, and that is no all caps. It is true, it's harder for people like EDB and myself who are dyslexic to read, and it's rude. So let's not do that. And no talking about the BLOOD or any kind of thing like that. That's not acceptable. Okay. I am very much welcoming of everybody's opinions. It's just as long as you keep it respectful and clean. I know this is not a channel for children, but not everybody appreciates that kind of commenting. It just was not. I think he's had a lot of good comments, but in between there were some issues. So I had to say it. Exactly. That's perfect. Good morning, Roberta. Good morning. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Yes, Miss Kevin in Discord, I agree. I'm in Discord. Where is it? I don't see it. Direct messages. I don't see it. Where did you put it? Did you put it in for everyone? Because I don't see the picture. It's not there. Not there. I agree. Great, Miss Kevin. That would be awesome. Or I can do a private. Yeah, I think we need to do a Zoom. A Zoom. I don't see the picture, love. Why is it showing something new, but nothing new is there? I'm looking. Don't see it, babe. I'll look again. Welcome so much, everybody. We are waiting for court to start. It will be a very short, brief moment in court. Just court general, okay. go in there again. Discord itself, or there, something's popped up. Well, no, there it is. Okay, go. OMG! I did not see, guys. I haven't seen all this. Oh my god! Okay, we're sharing that. We're sharing that. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. I'm bringing it on. Oh, yeah. There it is. You got it. OMG. You guys, I am very new to Discord, so I am learning. What's that little rectangle face? Is that a bot? What is that? I saw it. I just posted it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This disgusts me, and I'm going to show it because I want people to know how disgusting this man is. This here, y'all, that there, that, this, I'm going to remove it now. And I agree. I strongly agree with, Turtle Boy. I mean, I may not like everything he says or does, but that's his channel. That's the way that's his mode of operation. But there's no reason for him to be verbally attacked, especially, oops, sorry, meant to stop sharing that, especially when there is a restraining order and he's out on bail, and they sit there and try to antagonize him into getting into a fight. Y'all, that to me is ridiculous. Absolutely freaking ridiculous. And I do not condone that in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. And anybody, I mean, I honestly believe, I think that they need to dismiss that case against him. I'm sure his lawyer had a freaking field day with that video. I don't know, but they removed all the seating for media. I don't know. And they still have not, I don't think anybody has seen anything in the courtroom yet. Let me go and see what they're saying, see if there's any update on Mr. Turtle Boy's page. Oh, there was a huge blow up between Alan Jackson and the clerk, Jim McGurn, over whether or not something was on the record. McDermott stormed out of the courtroom. Karen Reed said something to him as well. Not sure what the hell is going on, but clearly shenanigans are at foot. 1 minute ago, juror 13 and 12 sat right behind juror 3. They would frequently have friendly talks during the breaks to appear to get along well. There were 3 jurors called by Canone to sidebar last week when there was an issue with juror number 5, indicating that they had reported her for something. Yesterday, juror number 3 eliminated. There were 3, 12, and 13. I'm still, the odds of those 3 being chosen are not to be on the jury are astronomical. I'm still certain it's going to be a not guilty, but there's nothing this corrupt court won't do to make that more difficult for Karen Reed. Per Alan Carney. Yeah. Now, does he just work for the pizza place? I mean, what's the connection? Sorry, you just saw me replace a hearing aid battery. I go through these like crazy because um, my hearing aids are streaming all the time, and I have to constantly replace the batteries. And sometimes it takes a minute for it to switch over. So right now, I'm talking totally deaf. So if my volume has changed, let me know. Oh, 3 minutes ago. The judges announced that the jury wants to complete their deliberations by 4 p.m. today because one of the jurors has a commitment. Both sides said they're fine. They will work until 4 p.m. today. If no verdict by then, return tomorrow. Oh. Okay, but is Jim Ferris just an employee or is he not? And do I need to replay that? Does anybody need to see that again? Yeah, we all need coffee. I love coffee. I love tea. I love the job and it loves me. My hearing aids are hot and I need more coffee. I'm going to have to go get more water in my tank. I forgot to refill it. So the upcoming is not upcoming. So they're probably not going to do a courtroom feed. I'm trying to figure out what we need to do, y'all. Mods, help me out. Should we go do court hopping? What is y'all's suggestions? Refreshing. We'll go back. That was my bad. I wonder what the huge blow up was between Alan Jackson and the clerk, Jim McDermott. That would have been interesting to watch. Okay, I'm trying to find some stuff. I'm investigating. I am investigating. Okay, don't need that. Y'all okay with court hopping? I'll keep that up and running. Let's see if Judge Boyd is up and running this morning. I love that woman. I know. Yep, she is. I know that Recovery Addict watches her a lot, but I was watching her before I found him. Right now, there's really nothing going on in her court. Okay, find the link. Definitely. What is up with the Sandra Burchmore? Is that how you say it? I couldn't. No, no. And in fact, I think in a few weeks I'm going to try and go. Judge Beavis, you don't like her? Why is everybody saying OJO and Higgy at Waterfall? I saw that video. Where was the confrontation? Yes, post the link. I don't have it anymore, but post the link and I'll click on it. So you don't like Judge Boyd, huh? Okay. Well, there's nothing going on, so there's nothing to see. I'm going to YouTube. Yes, let's get clarification on that. I'm going to pull up I want to learn more about the situation. Oh, we thought you were talking about Judge Boyd. And I was like, I'm going to respect your opinion, but I'm going to politely agree to disagree. Wow, Sandra Burchmore's getting a lot of. Okay, I'm going to play this because I have no idea or anything. I don't know about this at all. I have no clue, so I'm going to play that real quick. I got to get all this stuff in one thing. This is getting to be a little much. Okay, I'm going to clear that tab. Okay, that's that. They're not doing anything. Oh, yes, I agree. Okay, let's share this. We're going to watch this for a second. I want to see this.
Investigators found 3 former officers had inappropriate relations with Sandra Burchmore. She's a young pregnant woman who died a few years ago. Her death ruled a suicide. But the Boston Globe is now reporting a prominent forensic pathologist hired by her family is now calling it a homicide. NBC 10's Mary Marcos joining us live from the Stoughton Police Department with more on what this report could mean for the Burchmore case. Mary.
Well, not only could this change the entire nature of the case, we are also learning that this was investigated under the same Massachusetts State Police unit as the Karen Read case.
Now people are starting to see what we have been saying, that it was murder.
Melissa Mizzyberry runs social media pages seeking justice for the 23-year-old pregnant woman who was found dead in her apartment in February of 2021.
Basically, have been like trying to create a groundswell online to get people to realize that this young woman did not kill herself and her baby.
Sandra Burchmore's death was ruled a suicide, but a forensic pathologist hired by her family is now calling it a homicide, according to the Boston Globe. The family's attorney and Dr. Michael Baden's office declined to release that report to us.
Especially since a lot of people are putting eyes on the Karen Read case, I am now able to piggyback off that.
Massachusetts State Police confirming it's the same unit but different officers as the Karen Read case.
It's the same DA, it's the same Massachusetts State Police unit.
A 2022 investigation found 3 former Stoughton police officers had inappropriate relationships with Sandra after meeting her through the department's Youth Explorers program.
If there are more out there, hopefully they're going to start feeling safe to come out and say something.
Officer Matthew Farwell was 27 and Sandra 15 when the two began a physical relationship, which lasted until days before her death.
I'm hoping that
Holy
this
crap.
will bring some justice to Sandra, because she deserves justice, and so does the baby that she was carrying.
Now, those 3 Stoughton officers have denied any wrongdoing and could not be reached for
Or-
comment. Live in Stoughton, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Wow, I had no idea. We're going to follow that case. We are definitely following that case. Yeah. Gonna follow that case. I would I really need to, okay, here's some vulnerability here. As you all know, this is my first major case. Yeah, sounds like it, Brian. This is my first major case. I have sort of played around a little bit with the George Kelly trial in that, but no one was watching. Well, maybe 5 people. And you're not no one. You are special. I apologize. I shouldn't say that. I am proud of the 5 people that watched. But that said, I am learning as I go, and my mods are fabulous. I absolutely adore you. But we need to decide on the next case. I do want to follow the Baldwin case, but I want to follow a case that not every single person is following. All right, here's Miss Boyd. She's here. Share. At the stage. Okay, a new.
It is 9 o'clock. I'm going to call the docket. When I call your name, stand, let me know you are here. Otherwise, we're going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Eric Kelly.
There we go.
Eric Kelly.
She's going to go through roll call. So while she's doing roll call,
Catherine
I'll
Aguilar.
mute her, and then I'm going to continue. So, I really appreciate everything that I've learned. I'm still learning, so patience has been very much appreciated. But what should be the next trial other than the Alec Baldwin? I feel like, Recovery Addict and I have this discussion. The only bad thing about these massively huge trials is that so many people are covering them that it affects viewership. And I get that. But at the same time, for people like me, it builds viewership. Did someone just come in? We're not open yet. No, okay. Yes, we love Judge Boyd. So if anybody has ideas, please throw them out there. The only thing that I really want to try and stay away from is I'd like to find cases that just aren't murder cases or life-ending cases. Okay, I think she's done calling.
Zadan Ali.
Nope, still calling. But yes, I plan on going to San Antonio. It's only an hour and a half to where she is. And going into her court if possible. I don't know if she allows spectators, but I want to go and sit in her courtroom, especially since I'm getting a degree in criminal justice. I am very intrigued. There's a lot of people in her court today.
Thank you. Eric Kelly.
Brian, have any ideas for next trial? Claire, thank you for joining. Claire DO7, welcome, welcome, welcome. My mods are all here. Everybody had some sleep. I read some of the comments that my mods were making last night, and they were worried about me. I'm fine. I'm all good. No problems. I got sleep. One of the funny things about me is I definitely, I learned to work on almost no sleep as a firefighter. However, I love my sleep, but I'm good at working on 2 or 3 hours sleep. It doesn't. What is this? The former. Okay, CG and text at 8:40. I see this video. Let's play it. She is still doing her name calling. So we're going to share this tab instead. Bring that up. I'll skim through it to find the video. Oh, I don't see it, y'all. Yeah, if y'all find the timestamp, I'll watch it. Okay, she's starting to order people around.
All right.
Okay, Brian.
All right. You need to be on the front row. You were late.
Oh, girl in trouble. I love it. Late people, front row. Just so I know. I don't want to block Miss Judge here. And she's in a red
And
shirt.
sir, what's your name? All right. You need to be on the front row as well. See, he knew. What he's next. He's right under him. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do
Sorry, what? How do you spell your last name?
S-O-N-N-N.
All right. Do you have a case number or SID number?
10049.
Okay,
110049.
ready.
All right, just have a seat. We'll get with you, okay? Sir? Jose Reyna? And do you have a case number or SID number?
You got a case number.
All right, what's your case number?
766-951.
All right, Mr. Reyna, do you know who your attorney is?
No. How can people not know who their attorneys are? How
All right,
can
while he's looking for that, Mr.
flip it with these cases?
Have you had contact with him?
I tried calling them and
All right, just have a seat. We'll make sure you get in touch with him. David Sonnen, have you had contact with your attorney?
How can that be?
All right, you probably don't have to be here today. What is your attorney's name?
Yeah, he called me.
All right, just have a seat. We'll take care of that, okay? All right, on the back row. I'm sorry, what? Napoleon. All right, do you know your case number or SID number?
112-5444.
Oh my gosh, congratulations.
All right, do you know who your attorney is? Have you had any contact with your attorney? All right, just have a seat. We'll make sure that we get your attorney for you. Yes, your name?
He knew his SID number.
Max Lopez? Do you
What
know
did
your
you
case
say,
number or SID
Sandra?
number?
Let me
All right, do you know who your attorney is? All right, who's sitting next to you? All right, Mom, do you know his case number or SID number?
Mom.
All right, has he had any contact with his attorney? All right, just have a seat. We're going to make sure that happens today, okay? All right, yes, sir.
Oh my God. She has her camera on the fan.
All right, do you know your case number or SID number?
I don't know my case number, but I know my SIN number.
All right, what's your SID number?
83-72-45.
All right, do you know who your attorney is?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll get with you, okay? All right, yes, back to you.
I'm sorry, I do know who my friend is.
Who is it?
James Hunt.
James Hunt. Okay, technically you don't know who's with you. All right, so this is what I always tell my clients as a defense attorney. When it was males, no offense to the guys out there, I would get a reset form. I'm like, I'm giving this reset form to your mom. I'm giving it to your girlfriend. Yeah, because
Okay,
they keep
guys,
up with everything. I don't know why guys can't keep up.
for a minute.
Thank you.
I'm talking over here. Because another stream, see, so this is what I hate. One stream doesn't go on, the other one does. How can you prevent a verdict unless you agree to dismiss?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
be here or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no, I should be. All right. with
Oh,
that, we'll
poor
send you back
daddy.
out to deliberate. Thank you.
Good, all right, the jury up for your call.
We didn't see them come in. That guy is so full of anger. I worry about him. Comes a point you got to let it go.
All right, so counsel, I don't want the jury to have to wait for us for anything today. So you're to stay in the building until 10. I need you back here for the afternoon, no later than 3:30. And you'll be free to leave during the day as long as you can definitely be in here, in your seats, ready to go on 5 minutes notice, okay? So we'll see you then.
All rise for the court, please.
You can't go very far in 5 minutes. Okay.
You are muted.
Okay. So we're just going to leave that running in the background. I'm going to switch back to Judge Boyd.
Keep up with their paperwork. All right, yes. Rodrigo, what? Vasquez? Do you know your case number or SID number? All right, what is it?
119.
I'm going to zoom past this. Okay. Something's going on. Yes. They had a blow up with the clerk. So I don't know what's happening there. So 23 minutes ago, Adrian posted, or TV posted, there was a huge blow up. So that's interesting. Okay, nothing news. So we're just going to keep playing around here. Yes, I don't disagree with you. All right, Miss Judge. I'm going to play music. Let's skim up a little bit.
State
There we
on
go.
page 9. I don't know if it's Family Violence or Criminal Trial Division. It's Roberto Hernandez. That's being reset for July 9th. His attorney is out of the country.
And you didn't notify the judge before you went out of country? What? Your office is slacking, sir. Your office is royally slacking. Good morning, Lacey Ann. We are courtroom hopping for the moment. If you have not heard, there has been a huge blow up between Alan Jackson and clerk Jim McDermott over whether something should be in the record or not. And we had an issue with one of the jurors this morning, but I don't know what happened. Good morning. And we're getting ready to, she's getting ready to call this woman.
Allowances for that. Do you understand? All right, so where are we on this case?
Your Honor, we're ready. Special Judge State, we have the discovery acknowledgement that we've signed. We're ready to tender today. The last offer, she's not accepting, correct? And so, Your Honor, we're
Yeah.
Want a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How long do you all expect this trial to last?
That might be about anywhere between 4 and 5 lay witnesses.
Lions Camp in
All right,
Texas,
now,
Henry
Criminal
Hill.
Trial Division, I need a jury trial date on April Garcia.
That's where I live. I interpret for the Lions Camp. When they do their when they've done their staff training, I've interpreted for them. I sent my kids to the Lion Camp. In Kerrville? Are you gonna? Oh, how's he getting there? Is a sponsor taking him?
And after today, any pleas will have to go over to the court. But it wouldn't be if we- Well, we talked about that.
Right.
That's a
All
long
right,
ride to
August
the
12th is
Lions.
going to be an impact course. Once you sign the reset form, you're
A
excused.
long drive
You're welcome.
For August 12th. Okay.
from where you are. Lions King, Lions King. That's about
Which one did you
a
give
mile
us
and a
to?
half, 2 miles from me,
No, you just give it to the clerk and they'll give it to me.
from where I'm sitting, I think.
It's easier instead of reaching around.
It's a great
I'll
commute.
take it.
Okay, thank you.
We have room to skim.
But is there an X?
That's my middle initial.
All right, let me see what page your client is on.
I've noticed.
Yes,
a lot
but
more
what
people
page is
wearing
that on this docket sheet?
Is it on the rise or something?
All right, thank you. All right, why are you late for court?
There was a long line outside.
All right, so you've got to make allowances for that. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what's going on with the mask?
Pull your mask
Oh,
up.
yeah. I have the flu.
Oh, no, keep the mask on.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. And here's the thing, I'm fine with people wearing masks if they want to wear a mask. I'm just always wondering.
Yes.
I
got
will
it
wear
for
a
my
mask.
son. My son has it as well.
All right. So he's asking for continuance.
Yes, Judge, his DWI case is set next week in County Court number 2. We want to see what happens with that so that we can proceed here.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this for a contested and we'll see where we are, but everybody needs to be ready for the contested.
You bet.
All right, so what date are you all looking at for the contested? How much time?
Judge, it should be after next week, so preferably at least 3 weeks.
Hey, y'all.
All right.
Last
Ms.
night video
Ferguson, I need to
hit
reset date for 3 weeks.
3,007 views. Woo!
Let's see what date he's looking at.
All right, and Deputy Laura, could you call IT? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
Judge, I'm not going to be available on the 18th. I've got a trial starting in
Yeah, that was loud. Sorry.
Kimball County
Turned it
on
down.
the 16th.
oh, where's Kimball County?
You don't know where Kimball County
Way
is?
out west, Judge.
All right.
Yes, West Texas.
All right, I'm always wondering where different counties are. I used to be great at geography, now I'm not so great. All right, so do you
Something
want
you're
it set
not good at,
before the
Deb?
18th or after
You're
the
on
18th? How long do you
If we
expect?
could set it afterwards, Judge, the week of the 22nd,
All right,
You're showing us a weakness? Kim,
25th
Andy?
is fine.
all right, so we're gonna come back on the 25th. Once you sign your reset form, you're excused.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Have a
and take
seat.
care of that flu.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody, everything he's touched, we better be sanitizing. She's done something to her hair. It's a little less poofy. Y'all.
I look at all the judges that you have up here, Judge,
Mhm.
and I've practiced in front
We're all
of
good?
all of them, except
We're
the
all
guy
good?
in the gold frame.
We're
See, I
waiting.
was wondering, because then I'm thinking, hey, who are you? What's the name of the guy who never gets old, but is, Gray? I was like, are you Gray?
Dorian Gray.
Yes, because it's, you take his portrait. But no, I did get a chance to practice under Prado or Benavides, but everybody else, yes. And one of my first jury trials, I want to say it was with Contreras.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I was
Who's
sitting
not a
second
viewer
chair
now
with
showing
Pat
her
Hancock.
age.
Pat,
Mm-hmm,
good lawyer.
yes.
She does not look her age, y'all.
Go ahead, go ahead. You got more business.
paperwork. But the way the Odyssey system is, they cannot, just in case anybody asks, they cannot process her at the satellite office if she's got more than one case at this time. Plus you have to schedule it. But that was one yesterday. But I wanted to give you the whole thing before we come up here. I'm gonna request, I guess, the state, when I first came a week earlier, the only thing was an increase in bond from a $50,000 bill that I made. Came by yesterday, there's 3 cases that were indicted that have now come out.
Okay.
And so the only thing I'm gonna ask the court is to set bonds on the 3 cases. And if the court would consider reinstating the initial bond, I just want to throw that out there. And then, of course, they're gonna take her and then I'll end up posting the bonds.
Okay. All right, let Deputy Lord know so they can start processing the paperwork.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to let you know, I wanted to walk out the door. That's not gonna happen.
All right, no.
Anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll be
We are in
like,
verdict watch, 3 hours,
Okay.
minutes,
All right, thank you.
42 seconds.
All right, Joel Garcia.
We have the fabulous fan. Fabulous fan. view.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's the co-defendant to client. Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so you're late. Why were you late?
The door, the line at the door.
There was a huge line outside the courthouse. It's bizarre.
So let me just tell you my experience with the line outside, right? And people will say, Judge, you don't have to wait in line. You just go through. I understand that. But do you know, in walking up to the door,
Do you want
there
me
was
to
a
start
guy who was
pulling-
walking next to me and he said, you know, I'm trying to.
I don't mind watching this, but sorry, I have a cat and I held her and now I feel like I got a hair stuck to my lip gloss. It's tickling my nose. Do you guys want me to start pulling some of the moments from court and us rewatch that? Or are you good at watching this? This is for you guys. Let me know.
To find which court I belong to. Can you help? I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm walking that way right now. And I said, you're sure here early? He's like, yes, because I know there's always going to be a line.
What do you mean it's alive?
So I don't know why we're pretending like we know that they're not lying.
This is what I have. Is that what you're talking about, Ronnie? Hey, Eddie. Oh, shoot. My bad, my bad, my bad. Oh, forgive me, guys. I'm learning.
My argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm moving.
Back to session, you may be seated.
22117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make a.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument if you would have mind, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, and apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's ruling. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the rest of the
Okay. I disagree with you. All right. Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, that's a nervous laugh, I bet. Holy snap. Haven't been long enough. Oh my gosh. Y'all are great. Y'all are great. I've been sitting here looking for updates on X and I didn't see anything about that. Is the news media not allowed in there at all? Because no one's tweeting on that. Oh my gosh. What in the sandblasted hell? But he's right. I hope the jury is smart enough because if they come back guilty of the lesser charge and then the jury comes out later and said we had to because there was nowhere to mark not guilty, I would appeal the living shit out of that. Holy crap. What is everybody else saying about this? I want to check on this. Holy Moses. Is she in on this? No. Are you not live, my dear? I know she's traveling. Yeah, she's not live. Okay, no. Yeah, we'll rewatch that. I agree. I'm going to back that up. And sometimes people get a little smirk when they are nervous, like, oh shit, I'm done. You never know. I think, why would she want an appeal? It would not bode well for her in any way, shape, or form for there to be an appeal. It would not be. Come on. Do your job. Come on. I don't see how that would bode well for her.
What is back to session, you may be seated.
22117.
All right. So why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday,
I was too busy doing my nails. Why did you?
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges.
No.
Let's go back and watch that.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Have you had no lesser included?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right. Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
Wow. That is amazing. I find it interesting, though, that it's not being talked about. Oh. Like I said, this is your channel as much as it is mine. Coffee and chocolate. Perfect breakfast, isn't it? Probably because, Eddie, they didn't realize it. And as they said, the judge was going to sleep on it. And they just caught it. But I tell you, it's upsetting a lot of people. How do I say this? I'm trying to think how to say this. I'm having actually a second cup of loaded coffee this morning. I appreciate my peeps who were concerned about me. So, but yeah, I'm getting my second cup of coffee. Okay, let me find Judge Boyd. Let's go back to Miss Boyd. I'm going to go and get me a
civil courthouse.
refill my
There's
water.
usually no line by the fountain at the back, and there's usually no line in the front. And then what you do, once you get on the civil side and you get in, you go to the basement, take the elevators up, and then go around past the cafeteria, take those elevators, and you're on this side.
Thank you.
Did you follow my complicated directions?
No, yeah, the cafeteria. I know where they take you
Yes,
walking down
the
there.
red brick building is connected with this building through a tunnel.
Yeah, I've been down there before.
All right, so are you asking for a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not consider any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? All right, Norma, can we place this on the same date, I guess, August 12th for impact? All right, and I need a acknowledgement of discovery. So if y'all will sign that.
We'll take care of that, Judge.
All right, and your jury trial is gonna be August 12th.
Impact.
Michael, I like the color of your suit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tell your wife, good job.
Yeah, that's her. She did it.
That judge knows how this works.
Tell her I said hi.
Tell the wife.
Have a seat for a second now.
And Yaya, do you have a file stamp for the plea? Thank you. All right, who's here on Francisco Casas?
Hi, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning. If your client will come up.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't disagree.
I haven't had the pleasure
At
of
all.
being before, Your Honor, but my name is Eduardo Castillo from Laredo, so don't hold it against us.
No, I will not. Nice meeting you. No, I've never had a chance to drive to Laredo.
You're not-
Laredo.
Yes, I am.
It's a boring drive, and unfortunately, with everything
It is.
going on, I remember back in the day when we would take guests from out of town to
Mhm.
Laredo and enjoy dinners and what have you. That part is gone, but other than that, luckily the spillover, it's.
Oh, yeah. You know what I always tell people? When you are accustomed to your location, you just take everything for granted. But
True.
on that drive that you're taking, try to see it in the eyes of somebody who's never taken the drive.
You're right. You're right.
They'll always say, oh, there's nothing to see. I'm like, are there trees,
You're right.
birds
You're-
chirping?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And I always drive and I always wonder, hey, what are people doing, at that house? I wonder what they do. Like, where's the
That house in the
satellite?
middle of nowhere. Yeah,
Yes.
You're right.
So
She and I are going to
I
be
think
good
it's
friends.
always
It's a
beautiful.
pleasure being before you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You're welcome anytime.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2024 CR 4139, State of Texas
Exactly,
versus
Jessica. They're going to leave it
Francisco
confusing,
Casas
so they think they
III.
have to check
Could I have
something off.
parties announced for the
So
record
she's
for
going
the
to be
state?
found guilty, unless they're smart enough to realize
For
the
the
difference.
record, Eduardo Castillo on behalf of Mr.
Maybe
Castillo.
they will
And
ask
are you
for
Mr.
clarification.
Casas?
Judge,
Your Honor.
we're not sure
All right,
about that.
counsel,
Will
have you received
verify
all the
that?
discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now I'm
Court will
worried.
find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Casas, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We waive the reading, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your
Mr. Casas, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Off the record, probation, this is an application. Back on the record. Did you understand that you were charged with the offense of theft under $2,500 enhanced?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in a state jail
so good.
facility and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do believe.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Casas, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, there's a $500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution to Home Depot. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, there is not, Judge.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Home Depot, and the anti-theft course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those
You're
recommendations?
banned him from
Yes.
Home
Then
Depot.
to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State, any evidence?
Being banned from
Any
Home
objection?
Depot was
No objection.
bad, but at least
All
you
right,
got
and for
both.
both parties, do you all have any idea of what the restitution would be, or we're gonna need a restitution hearing?
If I may, Your Honor, my position and I don't know if the state agrees, these are items that Home Depot was able to recover. So, but I surely I'll allow everybody to confirm that. But yes, my understanding is that the items were recovered, so no restitution will be found.
To the best of my knowledge, defense counsel is correct.
All right, thank you, state. You may be excused. All right, off the record. So this is not working. It keeps flashing. Yes. All right, just give me one.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Something's going on.
Okay, sorry.
Mm,
Oh, sorry. that hurt you.
leave it
You-
blank.
Just
do
take
they
one
know
seat,
that?
just for a moment.
Sure, yes,
He's doing
absolutely.
something underneath the
No
desk.
problem. No problem.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
So they're doing something technical in the courtroom, I think. Something's flashing and bothering her. But let's go back to the Karen Reed. So she, in that form, they're to leave it blank if she's not guilty. So I made a comment last night about Narcan, and I thought they were just going to put it in a box and people take it, and then to use to administer. And that was my hearing, not hearing every word. But people say very slim chance someone gets a reaction to Narcan virus. Many lives could be saved. I have no problem of. I think everybody should have Narcan in their home as a preventative. You never know. But at the same time, you cannot say that someone will never have a reaction to something. Allergic reactions are not predictable. Low chance, yes, I accept it is a low chance, but there's always a chance of somebody having a reaction. I've known it to happen.
So you think it's something
So
under there?
that is something that I have been. I was married to someone in the medical field.
Well, thank you very much.
He was a physician, and
You're gonna send
we
me
had
text
this
messages and you're gonna stop
conversation about
coming.
Narcan when it was first coming out. I am now divorced, but you can never say nobody can have a
Deputy
reaction
Laura,
to
he
it.
said an
People
adapter.
are allergic to the sun, for crying out loud. People are allergic to things that their own body produces sometimes, and it's horrible. I'm just saying, I admire the people wanting to make Narcan available. Narcan is something that we all should have access to. But at the same time, and I don't say this flippantly, but I have heard addicts saying, I carry Narcan, so if I overdose,
All right, well,
someone
that's
can help me,
happening. I
then
will continue with this.
and next week I can go do
Council,
it again.
you all can come back up.
I don't know. There's no
All right, we're
easy answer.
back on the record. Sure, no problem. All right, we're back on the record. Mr.
Don't hurt
Costas,
anyone.
did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you
Your Honor.
understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate
Pause that.
places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
So I'm going to finish my comment about Narcan. I'm not saying that people don't deserve to have it. I am saying that number one, putting a box. All right, ladies, I'll just put it this way. Ladies, in some fancy hotels and restaurants and places, do you remember when they used to have basket of sanitary stuff? So if you had an emergency, you could go and get one, maybe two. And they don't do that anymore. Why? Because many people will sit there and just take and take and just take all of it to supply their whole needs for the whole week. And it got to where it was abused. My concern is that that's going to get abused. That when you put a box that someone could reach in and take something, that you're going to have people abuse it and take all of them and then hoard them and sell them. I'm just saying that their heart is in the right place. Their mind and their idea is a good idea, but we need to have more of a monitoring system on how people are getting it. I mean, I would have no problem if there was a place that you could go, like the health department, and sign your name and get one a month or one whatever. But it's just to have something for people to walk up and take what they want. They're going to take what they want and then they're going to put it on eBay or garage sale or whatever it is, and they're going to sell them. That's my humble opinion. If you don't like it, give me grace because I give it to
I
you.
spoke too soon.
There it is.
I'm done preaching.
All right.
I'm sorry if
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, hopefully that the court accept the agreement. We hope that the court accepts it. We hope that the court finds it just. There was these prior incidents, which is why we're before Your Honor. Thank you very much. Which is why we're before Your Honor. I will let the court know that he is on his own. I learned that he signed up for a HVAC, right? HVAC, through the community college. And it's not one of those where sometimes our clients tell us that they want to do something. And I was actually happy to see that he's actually registered for courses for certification. He does photography on his own with his wife, and he does construction for his family. So I hope that all these things collectively keep him busy and on the right path, Judge. But other than that, that's all I'm asking the court to consider, Judge.
Okay, so why are you stealing?
Been thinking about that, Your Honor.
Hmm?
I've been thinking about it, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, because the reason why you're here in felony court is because you have a previous theft.
yes, sir.
So how old are you?
55.
All right, so why are you stealing?
Selfish foolishness, Your Honor.
I mean, but for what purpose? I mean, I see you went to Home Depot. You paid for one item, you had other items hidden. They're saying that the license plate on your car was covered by paper. I don't know if they're saying it's a paper license plate or if you had your license plate and covered it. It appears from reading the report that you had a license plate, but you covered it with paper, which would suggest to the court that you covered it with paper because your intent was to go in the store, steal,
They didn't say
and leave.
there was no checkbox.
Foolish selfishness, Your Honor.
I mean,
Read it.
foolishness and selfishness is something that maybe teenagers do, but not in their 50s. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's a disconnect, what's going on. Why would you do it? I mean, you're 55. Why are you doing this? And I'm asking you this because I'm trying to figure out what conditions to put for you. Or is this going to be another situation where you're on probation, you don't steal while you're on probation, and then when you're completed probation, if you complete it, then you go back to stealing again. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with you. Why are you stealing? For example, the items that you stole from Home Depot, why? Why those specific items?
They were there, Your Honor, and it was a lapse of reason, and I just did it, and it was something that I regret, and I want to move forward, and I don't want to be back in the system again, Your Honor.
All right, so the previous theft case that you had in 2008, why did you steal there?
Again, it was bad judgment, Your Honor. That's all I can say. It's been a long time.
But I mean, even in 2008, you're still not a teenager. I don't understand how that, and maybe you don't have an answer for me, but I don't understand how stealing translates into bad judgment. We're out here, we're making choices. Maybe we're thinking we're going to get away with the choices that we're making. I'm just trying to figure out. So when's the last time you were employed?
I've been employed, Your Honor. I do photography. I have a website. I've been doing it registered with the state business since 2015. I'm also restoring a house right now, actively.
All right, so counsel, do you know why he's stealing? Is he just, is it irresistible? What's going on?
I don't want to misrepresent to the court that I understand or know the reason why. What I did make sure to try to eliminate was, in my experience, oftentimes the stealing root of it oftentimes could be drugs.
Mhm.
And I was able to eliminate that as a possibility, and I hope the court agrees. But as far as the actual why, I don't know. I don't, and in my conversations with him, when I first met him and we worked together along the way, I respectfully, I think the court hit the nail right on the head in that I don't even know if he knows that answer. But
So I don't think it's drugs. I don't think he's stealing so he can sell and
right.
make money. I'm just trying to figure out what class would be needed for
Yes,
him.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm not familiar with the classes but I would imagine in Bexar County, you all have something along the lines of thinking for a change or something along those lines
Mhm.
that allow the individual to make better choices in certain situations. Respectively, I think if the court were to consider something like that, because I'm confident in having gotten to know my client that yes, drugs luckily is not an issue here that will complicate this case for Your Honor or for him. But something along those lines, perhaps.
All right, just one moment. So are we done?
I believe so. Your case is over.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All I had to do was put the new card up here on your side, and I did.
All right.
So that cable's good, as far as I think Windows pretty much good.
Mhm.
I'll just, there's this time, you have a break, like 15 minutes. Then I can.
Oh, we'll take our break at
Yes, ma'am.
noon.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. All right. All right, probation. In this case, do you all have some sort of class for him? His theft is not related to drugs. I don't know if there's a mental health issue. I don't know if it's irresistible to him to take items. All right. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 4 years deferred adjudication. There's a $500 fine that will be probated. There's to be no contact and restitution to Home Depot. All right, Home Depot has done a no trespass warning against you. You're not allowed to go to Home Depot. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And counsel, if there is restitution,
If there is.
we will have a restitution hearing
Yes, ma'am.
before I order him to pay restitution.
Yes, ma'am.
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's to be regular UAs, the MRT course. And there's to be 100 hours of community service restitution. You can either complete those service hours or you can pay it off at $7.25 per hour. I say pay it up to the San Antonio Food Bank because they usually have shortages. But if you have another charity that you would like and it is on their list, you can pay it to that charity. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
But that charity cannot be the human fund. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Which is a reference to Seinfeld.
Oh,
George did the human fund
I didn't.
and it wasn't a real charity.
I was trying to
Yeah.
process it.
Okay, guys, I'm back and we're going to look at this paper because I find it confusing. I do. I find it confusing. So let's let me get to it. Okay. Here it is. Can y'all hear me okay? Am I too loud? Am I too soft? No, my ear itches. Dang it, I hate it when that happens. Okie dokie. Let me see if I can make this any bigger for y'all. Hopefully I can. That's the biggest I think I can go. All right. Verdict slip. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, find the defendant is 1, not guilty of second-degree manslaughter. Blank guilty offense as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating the motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol and or manslaughter while operating a vehicle with the blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Okay, there doesn't show a not guilty there because you have up here, the not guilty is to manslaughter while operating under this here. But these are different charges. It looks like there's 2 more charges here. Guilty of lesser included offense of involuntary, guilty of lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, felony IOU liquor and negligence. Check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating under the alcohol. Okay, that is confusing to me. What do you think? So I see why he wants, so what he's, in my humble opinion, and as somebody who would be like a juror who's not a lawyer, the way I read this is not guilty of manslaughter. Okay? But go down to count 2, 3, and 4. This looks like count 2, guilty of offense charge manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check one or both. That is what he is arguing. And once again, down here, one or both. If I did not find them guilty, she's saying they just leave it blank. Well, there's no instruction that says one or the following, or if not found guilty, if found not guilty, leave blank. If found not guilty, leave blank. Or there should be a not guilty check under 2, 3, and 4. It is confusing. I know some people, technically, I would say not guilty to all and leave it at that, but not everybody can see it that way. I'm looking at it as a very layman's person. This to me is confusing. Anybody want to chime in on that, please? If I was a juror and a life was on the line, I would come back and say, we need to know, is there any other option under 2, 3, and 4? Or are we permitted to leave it blank? What is your instruction? It's very clear. Check one or both of the following. Or we find not guilty on all of it and we just check one, not guilty. I mean, I can see that. That's kind of what she's arguing. Anybody else with me on this? Oops, didn't mean to do that, y'all. That is my humble opinion. That is how I'm personally seeing it. See if anybody else is on. I'm going to go ahead and start Judge Beck again. Sorry.
A's, there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. All right, probation, is there anything else he needs? I'm sorry? All right, I'll give you the anti-theft course. I don't know if the anti-theft course is going to help him though. So let me give you my anti-theft course. Don't steal. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. And if you go to somebody's place of business or somebody's home and they ask you to leave, leave. And don't go if you're not invited to a place. And if somebody invites you to a place and they're just taking you as a guest, make sure they're allowed to bring a +1. If they're not allowed to bring a +1, then you're not invited. Don't go. So that's my theft course.
How many months would you like?
1 month. Yes. All right. Is there anything else? Probation? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We can go off the record. Here's the thing. Everything that you do from here on out, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could result in me going to the state jail facility for up to 2 years? If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is maybe, don't do it. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good meeting you,
Yeah,
counsel.
good meeting you too, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes,
Have a
and
good day.
then probation will go over his conditions with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This form that we were just talking about, I just hope and pray it doesn't screw her over.
So we have to take it in front of the court as far as bond setting, and I'm going to request a reinstatement of 1 bond. There's 3 that she has.
He's speaking very
Okay,
softly.
I need some sort of,
Are you proceeding? Because I don't have anything on the other.
The 3 that just got in touch, I believe I'm retained on all of them. I'll file the notice. So the other ones, just part of these are pending and that just got indicted. So it's not like she's out there. This was from a while back. They were sealed, I guess. They got indicted.
all right, so just check with the clerks and see if they actually have a file.
Right. So I know the information on that.
Okay.
I was the wrote the bond for 50,000 and Judge Her increased it to 55, not knowing that the dates of these offenses are put prior to her.
All right, so once they give me the paperwork, we'll take it up. Albert Delgado. Albert Delgado. Conrad
Never
Rangel.
Albert. I will never forget every time I hear
I'm sorry,
Albert
who?
McCabe, that's all I'm going to think about now.
He was given a prosecution and that case was dismissed.
All right. Can I see the file? Can you check the system and make sure that Conrad Rangel has been dismissed? Because it may not be there. Odyssey has him on the docket. I think once the system is working appropriately, people will love it. But right now, it's a major growing pains.
You know, I've heard people talk about Odyssey in other counties. Not so sure anybody's gonna love it.
No.
And I don't love it right now.
If we don't have it, then the state could probably write out another dismissal. Oh, it's dismissed? Okay, awesome.
Okay, well, luckily I was here because I wasn't here for him.
Oh, no, let me just tell you, we keep researching and then I have Norma text attorneys.
Okay.
So it doesn't get entered.
But I mean, him not being here though, you would have issued a warrant for his arrest.
No, I would have texted you.
Oh, very good.
Now, if you didn't answer your text, that's on you. Thank you.
Oh, I know. Oh, I saw it. Run out the courthouse. I was downstairs. This dude's jumped on the stairs. And I took off. And I waited about 3 seconds. And I'm like, I couldn't give him a little forearm shove. But I wasn't sure, but I was like, you know, for running that fast.
Absolutely. I agree with whatever
Justin Zavala,
Morning, Your Honor.
good morning. Where's your client?
He's right here, Judge. Guillermo Lara. Lara, L-A-R-A.
All right. Have you received discovery in these cases?
Yes, Judge, there is a lot of discovery. We've been going over it, and that's where we're asking for additional time to continue reviewing that with Mr. Zavala.
All right, but you have all of the discovery. You just need to review it.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so state if you can do an acknowledgement of discovery in each case for him to sign. And then Ms. Ferguson, on Justin Zavala, if you recall both of these cases in 45 days for discovery. And that's just to make sure that once you go through it, there's nothing missing from the document that you signed. And state on the date that Ms. Ferguson is giving, you'll need to be prepared to make an offer on that date as well.
Yes, Your
All right, what date, Ms. Ferguson? All right, so August 5th. And Mr. Zavala, what will happen is the state is going to make an offer on that date. Then I'm going to give you a reset date. That's going to be your plea deadline date to let the court know whether or not you're accepting their offer. If you all don't reach an agreement, you're going to get a jury trial date. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
That's all
you.
I have, Judge.
Technically, you can put it in the system as a discovery, but counsel has told me that he has all the discovery. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot.
Deputy level, bro. We're sure we're family somehow.
I'm sure we're family.
Norma, because on that date, also the state is to make an offer, but they're going to give him an acknowledgement of discovery today. All right, attorneys, I am recessing exactly at 12 because I have a judges meeting. So you need to make things happen if you
How are
want
we doing,
something
guys?
to happen before the afternoon.
The family has advised that they will appeal the verdict. Really? Really? No shocker there, y'all. I'm still here. I'll be right back.
Marissa Magana.
She's in custody, Your Honor.
All right. And who's the prosecutor on this?
Talk to, what's this gentleman's name again?
Mr. Edelman?
No, the other one.
Jason? All right.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to verdict watch here. I'm going to share the screen. We're going to rewatch that. We've got time. Here we go, guys.
As submitted.
You ready for this?
All right, so
Okay.
why are we out here?
Courtroom looks a little more
Your Honor,
empty, y'all.
I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated.
You're welcome.
Oh, no.
Why is there no sound?
Okay.
Why is there no sound? There should be some sound. Where was it?
They must.
Why is there no sound? Play. Sound's all the way up.
The not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't
Y'all
check
have no sound either?
block 2, 3, or 4.
Let me refresh this. Y'all,
Exactly how
what
it
happened
always
to the
is in
sound?
Massachusetts.
I ask a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Nothing's changed.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge.
Why is the
it's
sound
not
off?
appropriate. For a superior charge,
Okay.
they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point.
As long as you have
Whether
sound.
or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge,
I have no volume.
now there's two
And I'm turned up.
additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block
Oh,
that
I
says
see the
guilty.
smile
And on
now.
the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by.
We're going to share this one. I'm redoing it because I have no sound. So let's do it again. Y'all need to watch.
Under count 2.
Okay, let's do it again because y'all need to see what right there what she does.
Not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. Yes. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right. Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise for the court, please.
Is this Auntie Bev's last criminal case? Just curious. Yeah, that was pretty spicy. Yeah. Is this her last criminal case? Do we know? I thought I heard someone say that. I was like, what? Seriously? Her last criminal case? Oh, she's civil. This is her last criminal case. Okie dokie. No, she's going civil. I think there may be some things that come down. I don't know. It just depends. It's Canton. I mean, he can make complaints and stuff, but this is her last criminal case from what I'm hearing. So I feel bad for the civil community. It's even worse. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Y'all. Is it lunchtime yet? That's what I hate about getting up so early. I should be eating breakfast, but it just too much for me. Okay, so let's go back to Miss Bev. I mean Miss Bev. Miss Boyd. Miss Judge Boyd. Put it over here.
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. Gary.
Jason.
Your presence is required.
All right, and you say that there's an aggravated robbery?
That's the night mag. That's the one that hasn't been indicted. I posted a $50,000 bond on that, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Magana knew yesterday after my phone call that she was going to be taken into custody.
Okay, oh, no, just 1 second. What's the night mag number on the aggravated robbery?
738938. She's a co-defendant.
738938.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the alleged offense date?
I don't have that right in front of the judge. I tried to gather all this stuff yesterday.
All right, no problem. They're gonna let me know. Yes. What page is he on the docket? Because I'll be able to tell you. All right, let me see. I have yesterday's docket.
You don't need to let him judge.
All right, thank you. So he was given probation, and is he currently in custody? Yes, GPS from the jail. Yes, and I think, I'm hoping I have written that on the docket sheet.
No, I'm just, no, not that, I'm trying to.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I just saw something in our local.
Oh, yes, no. He used to do it through jail.
Are eligible for bathroom remodel. Oh my gosh, y'all. Seriously?
Thank you.
Oh, I know, right? I know. We like
All right, who's here on Taj Davis?
Hey, Judge.
All right, come forward. Who's the prosecutor you were conferring with?
Jason.
All right. Do you have all your discovery?
No,
Exactly.
there's actually 2 unindicted cases that we are waiting on to get all of that. And she has the one case that's.
Do you have
divided
your
that she
homework,
has.
Judge?
Okay.
Homework
We'd
done,
like to bring
Judge?
him back in a few weeks to see if we can get them all together. Let's have,
What date do you all want to bring him back?
2 weeks to a month, whatever the court would like.
No, I mean, you all tell me, do you want a month reset? Do you want it back in 2 weeks?
How long do you want?
It's up to you. I mean, I have the case now. So.
2 weeks is fine, Judge.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can you recall Taj Davis in 2 weeks, please?
They don't have.
I think July 9th.
All right, July 9th.
July 9th is fine.
All right.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you,
you're
Judge.
welcome. Excuse me, Mr. Wheat, it's James Wheat.
Yes.
Do you expect your client to bond out?
No, he has a parole hold, Judge.
All right, so we'll be back July 9th. I was asking because you may need a reset form then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Is that?
Go get it.
And Norma, that's for possible disposition.
Go place.
No, we may be prepared to ask the questions the court's going to ask.
Okay, sure.
You may be able to answer it.
All right, just give me one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
So mods, is the volume control a lot better today than last night? Because I'm not using these ears. I'm actually hearing through the hearing aids, which I think is far better. I was just curious.
All right, so what date is the alleged date on the aggravated robbery?
November 18th, 2023.
Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's a totally different way of hearing.
All right, thank you.
The
All
sound.
right, we're gonna go on the record.
I hear what's being broadcast
If
in
you
the
don't
video
want to
and
step down,
myself
Deputy Laura.
a little more equally. Well, I can't hear myself, but I can feel the vibrations.
Court is calling.
When I go through.
We're gonna deal with the indicted cases first, then we'll deal with the night MAC.
Great.
All right, court is calling 2024 CR 5961 2024 CR 5962,
Oh, you're
2024 CR 5963, 2024 CR 5964, and 2024 CR 5965, State of Texas versus Marissa Magana. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett,
Defense?
Anthony Zamora for Ms. Magana.
All right, off the record, Mr. DeLeon, if you could have them move your client to the end, they'll do it. All right, we're back on the record. And are you Marissa Magana?
Yes, sir.
Pronounce your last name.
Magana.
Sensei,
Magana.
you're okay. Here.
All right, we are here, defense, you're requesting bonds, is that correct?
I believe the only ones, and this is what I've been told, so I believe the only ones that she needed to be magistrate in a bond set was 5961, 5963, and 5965. All the odd numbered ones.
All right, and so Deputy Laura has tendered those to me.
And I believe that there's bonds set already on 62 and 64.
All right, does anyone know the amount of bonds that are set on 6.2 and 6.4?
6'4", I believe it. At the beginning, it was 10,000, Judge. I believe it's still 10,000. But that's not my, JD's not updated, so.
Okay.
That's been the problem last week for me, Your Honor. I've been trying to get this information. And they've been helpful, but it kind of changed from when I started to yesterday.
Okay.
Looked like on 62, at least initially started at 10,000.
I think that's correct.
Okay. All right,
I
so
missed what
defense is
she did.
asking
What
for
did she do?
bonds and the cause numbers ending in 61, 63, 65,
At the door.
61. The alleged offense date is January 26, 2024.
That's what they just told me.
All right, 63.
October
The
7th.
Date is October 7th, 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And 65, the date is October 7th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's the information that they gave me.
All right. So defense is requesting a bond on these three cases. They're listed as state jail felonies.
Yes, ma'am.
So state, what are you requesting for a bond?
The other ones that were listed.
Well, thanks for hopping on. I appreciate you.
So the state would be requesting a $10,000 bond on each.
The only thing I would present to the
I'm
court, I know the court's
dyslexic as
been
hell.
doing this a long time.
Thank you for hopping
She
on.
knew
We
what was
love
gonna happen
you
today.
too.
We knew we weren't gonna be able to process her downstairs.
So
She's here,
the
she's dressed warmly
next motion.
because it may take a day or two.
It was so bad.
So her appearing in
Puts her
court is
up
not gonna
until
be in
her-
question. And I'm gonna write the bond, so I have
her
no
on
doubt
the same
that she's gonna
boat.
make the appearance. I leave it to the court.
Okay. All right, so part of the Ms. Magana, Baganya. I don't know what to do with that G sometimes.
Mhm.
All right, part of my duties in setting bonds is to make sure that community is protected. For example, that no another alleged offenses are committed, right? So this is what the court is going to do. The court can set your bonds in each of these cases at 5,000, but the court is going to order full GPS. Or the court can order it at $10,000 each. And I think that would ensure your appearance without the GPS.
The GPS is gonna be restrictive, so I would suggest the $10,000.
All right, then I'm going to follow the agreed recommendation from the state. And your bond in each of these cause numbers is going to be set at $10,000. And the court will note for the record that these cases appear to be recently indicted. And Mr. Garehan, I know you're not the person who recently indicted and that you're not in intake. State any conditions that you're requesting outside of GPS?
Judge, I don't have to, I do not have to take them. By associated with those cases, we have no contact, also no contact with the code enforcement ag robbery case.
All right, so there's to be no contact with the complainants. And what is the co-defendant's name?
Eric. Sorry, Cecil.
Looks like Eric.
Kelly, I'm sorry, Eric Kelly.
How do you spell the Eric
ERIK.
and the last name?
Last name is KELLE.
All right, so in each case, there's to be no contact with the complainants and no contact with Eric Kelly.
And Judge, both have court settings this morning,
Okay.
other than the courthouse, courtroom, or what have you.
Did she chase you in here?
All right. Next, we're going to take up night mag number 738938. The bond is set at $55,000.
Judge, the bond was initially set at 50. We made that bond. I made that bond. The bond was increased by Judge Her, but I don't believe she had the court dates. If that January 26th date is accurate, that's the only one that's showing after the date. I'm thinking there's an error with that. Maybe that all these were prior to this offense, but I believe that's
What did this client do? I
Judge
hope you
Her
take
increased
care of the
from
door.
50 to 55. I would humbly ask the court to reinstate the 50. Mainly because it's less work for me to go through this process, but it's still a high enough to secure her appearance. And
All right, everyone, please whisper.
And Judge, the reason it's increased was because there's a violation report on file.
All right, so.
which is the new cases that
All right, could someone print out the
Can
violation
you tell
report
me
for the
what
court?
she did, please?
oh, yes, ma'am.
Just, I just became aware from another CCA that I believe that this individual may have some charges outside of Harris County, particularly in Guadalupe County, the term first degree aggravated. So that this may be.
That's not correct.
It's not correct at all. Not at all.
All right, so let's do this. On this case, we're going to step back and state if you all can call the prosecutor over in Guadalupe County, and then
That's fair.
they'll confer with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the case that's ending in night mag, well, that's night mag number 738938. The court is not going to hear that at this time. We're going to bring it back after the state and the defense have had a chance to speak with the prosecutors in Guadalupe County.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I can tell you is, once they've spoken to the attorneys in Guadalupe County, the court will make a determination on whether the bond of $55,000 is appropriate or not.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
These are always. That's the whole thing.
Norma, I'm gonna need Jason, on this case, how much time are you all asking for a reset,
I'm sorry, which case now?
with Magnolia?
Oh, on this one,
Mhm.
Judge? I
About
believe
45 days, maybe?
That'd be fine. I mean, there's several cases, obviously, but I think 3 or 4 of them are from the same office there.
Okay.
No, she's giving.
Ms. Ferguson,
Yes.
on this case, I'm gonna need a 45-day reset. Anthony, on this case, we're gonna give you about a 45-day reset. So Ms. Ferguson is looking at dates.
August 6th.
August 6th,
Yeah.
are you able for that date?
Judge, I would love the end of August. I'm gonna do something this summer. I just don't know what. End of August would be wonderful. Do we know when the co-defendant is set?
No, I haven't received that information yet. All right, let's do this. Ms. Ferguson, put it at the end of July. We'll just see where we are.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
And Norma, make sure that they have a reset form. No, the end of July.
August 1st is pretty close to the end of July.
All right, July 30th.
That's on all of them.
Yes.
Yes.
Does she need a second?
Yes.
I mean, she just told me that. Thank you.
Thank you. Norma, you said July 30th?
Yes.
All right. And Norma, was Mike Yana on the docket today? All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay.
Okay, sorry, got something to show y'all. This is the normal form right here. So now I understand why they're upset. This is the form that's being used, but this is their normal form. We, the jury, unanimously returned the following verdict, checked only one of the following four choices. 1, we find the defendant not guilty of the offenses charged or any lesser including offense. 2, we find the defendant guilty as charged of the offense. We find the guilty only of the lesser included. Find the defendant lesser included offense of Taylor to complainant. Okay, so this is the original form. This is what they normally use. This is what I think the defense expected to have. But this is what they got. This is very confusing to somebody who's not in the legal field. This is a lot clearer. What are y'all's humble opinions on that? Y'all, that bothers me. Yep. That bothers me. Now that I see that, I'm like, what? Really? Confusion much? This is very disheartening to me. I don't, I normally, didn't mean to do that. Escape. I normally don't really get down into the weeds of things. One, I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be. I am going to school for a degree in criminal justice, but don't have one yet. This to me is insane. Compare the two. I now understand the complaint. Yeah, exactly. I'm going all the way down. Can we watch movies? I see it on Discord. What you wrote, Veronica 21. I don't know if we can watch movies here, can we? I don't mind doing watch parties if I'm allowed. Oh, Jury Duty, the official trailer. Oh my God. I know, right? She did. She really did do that. I was floored when she did that. Oh my gosh, Judge Boyd is awesome. She doesn't put up with crap at all. She does not. And if you come in saying I can't afford something, but you got fake nails with all the bejeweled and stuff, and the fingers or nails are this long, and I mean, it costs over $150 to get that kind of nail work done here. It's you missed what, the picture? I'll put it back. I tell you what, I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and continue with Boyd, and we'll be right back.
All right, who's here on Zaydan Ali?
That's me, Judge. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Where's your client?
He's there.
He needs to come up and you're on this side.
I'm always on the wrong side, Judge.
Who's the prosecutor you conferred with?
Adam.
I'm sorry, who?
Adam.
All right. Hello. Hello. All right. Do you have all the discovery?
I'll have to double check on that, but I should.
All right, State, were you able to tender an offer or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
23.
23. Ms. Ferguson, set this for a plea deadline date in 3 weeks, please. It's Ali. All right, your plea deadline date is on July 16th. At that time, you'll need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer. Do you understand? All right, I can't hear you. All right. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Your Honor.
Wait a
would you
second.
like me to Generated discovery acknowledgement for defense counsel.
Yes, please.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, we have answers for the court.
All right, just give me one moment. Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, great. All right, so what answers do you have for me on Magana?
Additional fraud, credit card, and state jail felonies in Guadalupe County.
All right, do we know the dates of offenses?
I'm sorry, we took. Oh, that.
But if you're asking me, I think those might be after. I'm not handling the dates of the offenses of.
All right, so,
So nothing aggravated.
Office date was March 2nd, 2024. And
All right.
there's a death by mail, first degree, unlawful use of criminal instrument, fraud of 5 to 10. And,
oh, we're not on the record. Yeah, I'll
also,
let you know when we're back on the record.
it's also like a possession charge, less than a gram, possession of dangerous drug, including a police officer.
All right, so I will tell you, on this case, if you want the bond to remain at 55,000, she's gonna have to be on GPS. Because there appears to be cases all over.
We thought that if you would, you mean, you would reinstate the 50? And just for work, for me, I mean, it's.
No, I understand. But, I have to weigh
Yes, ma'am.
certain things on what the bond should be set at. So state, are you gonna have any objections that the bond will reinstate it at 50,000, but place her on full GPS?
No.
All right, Miss Magana, if you'll come down, and I know I'm mispronouncing her name
It's Magana.
every
Magana.
time.
I do Magana.
All right, so I'm fine then, because whoever printed this paperwork out, they don't have the symbol over the end, so. We're back on the record in NIMAG number 738938. State it's the court's understanding that you have no objections to the bond being reinstated at $50,000, but she's gonna be on full GPS.
It's a little quick because council mentioned whether or not opposed 50,000 is on the restaurant.
All right. So the bond then will be set at $50,000. There will be full GPS. There's to be no contact with the complainants and no contact with Eric Kelly.
And Judge, for the court's information, I think they live together, so she's gonna have to make arrangements for that GPS to be established at some other residence.
Yes. And she's not to be released until the GPS is installed.
Judge, is there an upfront payment for that, or will they give her 30 days to make the payment on the GPS?
If the Bear County Jail places her on GPS, which they will, they'll work with her.
Okay. And we're, just for clarification, we're reinstating the initial bond of 50,000 with the addition of the GPS. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so you all need to stop whispering. Y'all are making it very hard for the court reporter. And you're making it very hard for me because my allergy ear is acting up. So the record could be clear. In this case, there's an agreed bond of $50,000, correct, both sides?
Yeah, sure.
The reinstatement of the initial.
Yes. See, your voice just trailed off. There's going to be full GPS, correct?
That is correct.
That's our understanding. Yes.
There's to be no contact with the complainants or Eric Kelly, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
And she is to remain in custody until GPS is installed.
Yes.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Judge, at the
And I'll
present
ask that the fees are waived.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the present time, I believe she's residing in Guadalupe County. She's gonna have to make arrangements and figure out if it's gonna be back in Bear County as far as residents.
It'd probably be best for you to be back in Bear County.
Okay, if that wasn't, if I had to go to like Kyle, Texas or something, that wouldn't be, okay, so Bear County somewhere?
Yes, Bear County. All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge. Other than we'll see you back on July 30th.
Yes.
May we be excused? May I
Yes.
be excused?
Yes, you may. And Norma, make sure she has a reset form. All right, thank you.
Hold on to all this.
Yes, sure.
So I had to step out.
Oh,
Please tell me,
No, we
what
were
did that
doing
woman
that.
do? My son's not feeling well today, so I will be manning the shop. So I'll be in and out. Now, when the verdict comes in, he's on his own. That's good, CG and text. So the woman that was just in Judge Boyd's court, what was her charges? Anybody remember? I can scroll it back.
Nine six two, 2024 CR 5963, 2024 CR
We're not
5964,
going to watch all
and
things.
2024 CR 5965. State of Texas versus Marissa Magana. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett hangs on.
Defense?
Anthony Zamora for Ms. Magana.
All right, off the record. Mr. DeLeon, if you could have them move your client to the end, they'll do it. All right, we're back on the record. And are you Marissa Magana?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pronounce your last name.
Magana.
Magana, okay. All right, we are here, defense, you're requesting bonds, is that correct?
I believe the only ones, and this is what I've been told, so I believe the only ones that she needed to be magistrate in a bond set was 5961, 5963, and 5965. All the odd numbered ones.
All right, and so Deputy Laura has tendered those to me.
And I believe that there's bond set already on 62 and 64.
All right, does anyone know?
Okay, so they're not
All
saying.
right, July
Let's
30th.
move along.
That's on all of them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ferguson, set this for a plea deadline date in 3 weeks, please. It's Ali. All right, your plea deadline date is on July 16th. At that time, you'll need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer. Do you understand? All right, I can't hear you. All right. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Your Honor.
Wait a
I'd
second.
like me to generate a discovery acknowledgement for defense counsel.
Yes, please.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, excuse.
Yes.
Thank
Your Honor, we
Is
have
he
an
saying
extra-
what up?
All right, just give me one moment.
Is he saying what up? What up? What the hell?
Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, great. All right, so what answers do you have for me on Magana?
Additional fraud, credit card, and state jail felonies in Guadalupe County.
All right, do we know the dates of offenses?
I'm sorry, we took on that.
Judge, if you're asking me, I think those might be after. I'm not handling the dates of the offenses.
All right, so,
So nothing aggravated.
Offense date was March 2nd, 2024. And
All right.
there's a death by mail, first degree, unlawful use of criminal instrument, fraud of 5 to 10. And
oh, we're not on the record. Yeah, I'll
also,
let you know when we're back on the record.
it's also like a possession charge, less than a gram, possession of dangerous drug, including a police officer.
All right, so I will tell you, on this case, if you want the bond to remain at 55,000, she's gonna have to be on GPS. Because there appears to be cases all over.
We thought that if you would, you mean, you would reinstate the 50? And just for work for me, I mean, it's.
No, I understand. But, I have to weigh
Yes, ma'am.
certain things on what the bond should be set at. So state, are you gonna have any objections that the bond were reinstated at 50,000? But place her on full GPS?
No.
All right, Miss Magana, if you'll come down, and I know I'm mispronouncing her name
It's Magana.
every
Magana.
time.
I do Magana.
All right, so I'm fine then, because whoever printed this paperwork out, they don't have the symbol over the end, so. We're back on the record in NIMAG number 738938. Stated, it's the court's understanding that you have no objections to the bond being reinstated at $50,000, but she's going to be on full GPS.
It's a little quick because council mentioned, we are not opposed to 50,000 is on the board for the restaurant.
All right. So the bond then will be set at $50,000. There will be full GPS. There's to be no contact with the complainants and no contact with Eric Kelly.
And judge, for the court's information, I think they live together, so she's gonna have to make arrangements for that GPS to be established at some other residence.
Yes. And she's not to be released until the GPS is installed.
Judge, is there an upfront payment for that, or will they give her 30 days to make the payment on the GPS?
If the Bear County Jail places her on GPS, which they will, they'll work with her.
Okay. And we're, just for clarification, we're reinstating the initial bond of 50,000 with the addition of the GPS. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so you all need to stop whispering. Y'all are making it very hard for the court reporter, and you're making it very hard.
Dog. Right in the beginning.
Alvo Tucker,
President, Your Honor.
and then after Alvo Tucker, it's gonna be Joshua Mackey, and then it will be Roy Vidalis. Hello, Mr. Tucker.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Tucker has an MTR.
Yes.
And this morning, the state amended their motion to revoke.
Mhm.
There's some misdemeanors pending in County Court 2. I have Mr. Tucker set for County Court 2 on Friday, so I can look into those. I have good reason to believe those cases might not be as wonderful as the state may believe they are.
Mhm.
Therefore, we'd like to get a reset, but a short reset, maybe not next week, but the week after, 4th of July.
All right, you want to reset it for July 1st or July 2nd?
July 2nd would be better.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you set Mr. Tucker on July 2nd? All right, is there anything else?
That'll be a judge.
All right, and Ms. Ferguson, if you can give them a reset form because he may end up being released. Every time when I see someone with the last name Tucker, you know what movie I think of? Tucker, A Man in His Dreams.
Okay.
You know, it was with, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And I actually started my own lawn care service.
Oh,
So
that's
why
awesome.
I'm trying to hurry and get back out to it because it was right in the beginning stages.
Mhm.
It's actually the Texas Lawn Man. Like the
Okay,
Texas Law Guns.
Yes.
So pretty excited about that. I'm just trying to hurry and get back out there, get back on the right track with probation. And
Okay.
take care of what I need to take care of.
All right, that'll be awesome.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fight to get there.
And people, please bring back the raking of the grass. Sometimes it doesn't pick
I
up.
do that
Thank you.
on all my yards because I feel like if I'm gonna use yard, I don't want the grass to pile up on it. So
Thank
I
you.
rake it all up.
And you know, when it piles up, you end up with thatch. I keep telling
Then
people
you get
that.
burn spots.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yep, blessed day, ma'am.
All right, you too. All right, who's here on Joshua Mackey?
I am Judge. He's on Zoom.
Who's the prosecutor on Joshua Mackey?
It's gonna be exactly on your honor.
Here's the accepted copy of the motion. I apologize.
All right, thank you. Oh, they have it in the.
Yeah, that one wasn't accepted yet when I conferred with Zach yesterday, but the agreed orders on the, which he signed off. So on that.
All right, thank you. You too. Mr. Mackey. It shows that he's joining us.
Kelly Pittl, KELLYPITTL.
Josh Mackey. Meatheads LLC. What is that about?
It's weightlifting, Judge.
Oh, okay. All right, you need to find a place, unmute.
Sit down, Josh.
All right, and button up the shirt. This is not Saturday Night Fever.
That's easier if you put it up here for us to watch.
You know, guys have gone back to that
Heck,
70s
I was
thing
real
where their
pleasant
shirt
with
is
the judge. I
like one
appreciated
button.
that.
I don't understand that.
I have chest hair, so no one wants to see it.
I've got a
Just
lot of
cover it
windows
with some
open.
medallions or something.
It's easier today. Here. I'll just click on it.
What's the
Copy and
horn
paste.
one, right? That used to be popular, right?
Oh, that was. You need to unmute, sir.
That would help.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So if you can stop moving, you're making me seasick.
Oh.
All right, thank you. All right, court is calling 2014 CR 5495, State of Texas versus Joshua Mackey. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Zach Dunn for the state.
for the defense?
Kelly Piddle.
All right, we're here. The defense is requesting modification of conditions of GPS. State, have you had a chance to review the request?
Yes, we conferred yesterday, Your Honor. Yes.
Mhm.
All right, any objections?
Nope, state is unopposed, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Mackey, your attorney has put in this motion that you are to train at Iron City Monday through Friday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is that because he has clients?
Yes, he's a personal trainer.
All right, and then Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Miss
Do you
Andrew, my
understand
apologies.
that outside of that, you're not allowed to do other things?
Yes, I understand.
So what that means is if you finish at 10 p.m. and you see the Golden Arches or you see the Whataburger or whatever it is you see, and you're thinking, it's on my route, let me stop there.
I've heard
That's not going to be a good thing for you. That's going to be a violation. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The only other request in there, Judge, is that he be allowed to go within 1,000 feet of his apartment complex to walk his dog.
Okay, we're going to share this. Okay, Miss Andrielle, I do apologize. You're right. I am so sorry. You know what I'm talking about. Here we go.
To State of Texas versus Satare Portillo. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
I can wear dresses that are so tight it shows your pop, and then you have to stand to cover it up.
All right, so we're here for sentencing. We've been waiting for the results of a UA, and that result hasn't come in yet. Probation, do you have any idea when that will be ready?
That was done in offsite, so if I would have thought that we would have received it by now, the results didn't go on the day. It wasn't submitted on the day that the court required, so it took a little while to get her in. So right now we're just waiting. It was submitted on the 21st, so I thought it would be in by yesterday, today, but it still says today.
Okay. All right, Ms. Portillo, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. How many children do you have?
2,
What are their ages?
6 and 14.
And are you employed?
And
What do you do?
managed properties, apartments,
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
8 years.
And does anyone live with you other than your children, or do your children live with you?
Yes, they do.
All right, anyone else stay with you?
My aunt as well.
When is the last time you've used any type of substance
I haven't used any type of substance.
in your lifetime?
Well, no, it's been quite a while.
So my question is, when is the last time?
Probably about a year and a half ago.
That's not.
And what drugs were you using a year and a half ago?
Marijuana.
That's all.
Yes.
Nuh-uh. Look at the look.
Okay. This is what I'm gonna want, probation.
Look at the look.
You need a pen? All right. It's gonna be 8 years deferred adjudication, $2,000 fine probated. I'm gonna want her on the patch until further notice. All right, so 8 years, sorry about that, 8 years deferred adjudication, $2,000 fine probated, a patch until further notice. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I've got my eyes on it.
And follow all recommendations?
And I
And
am,
counsel, if TAP recommends inpatient treatment, you'll need to come back to court.
Yes, sir.
There's to be 200 hours community service restitution. She's to complete parenting classes, and those hours will be waived once parenting classes are completed. And probation, you can decide which parenting classes you all think would be appropriate for her. Proof of employment, y'all need to whisper proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits one time every 3 months, random. And that's until further notice. Who is Michael Portillo? That's your juvenile child, right?
Back to session, you may be seated.
my volume's all the way up.
Question for the jury. It's been
Why don't I
marked
have
Q2
sound?
Q for identification.
So
Why is there no sound?
question, can we
Do y'all hear
request the
anything?
cert report detailing the search performed? So So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We'll figure that out. I'll get some language from you. But Mr. Jackson, after our hearing this
Are y'all hearing
morning,
anything?
I considered
can't
what
I
you
hear it?
said. I went back and I read the jury instructions I gave yesterday. So I do appreciate the concern about the confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's
I have no
easily
sound.
clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and I've been the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language. I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip, it says the 2 words, not guilty. We would ask that the verdict slip read, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
Which is what they have on
And
the
I think
uniform.
that and the court's clarifying instruction would satisfy the defense. Oh, I think, I know it will. That's all we ask.
All right.
I can repeat
I
that if the
wonder
court
if
wishes.
somebody spoke to the judge, like another or something, because that's interesting.
So there are some like minor changes we have to make to the verdict slip anyway. Just, it has to be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, the tab needs to, actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it will be not guilty. So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
You want-
Not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
All right, I think the clarifying language that I proposed is important.
I do too, and I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for. I appreciate that.
So I need to clean, I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read there. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit. I mean, it was just done quickly. The jury's been waiting. Why don't we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you want, but that's my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
We all need to see it.
I was just gonna ask, do we have that email to us or something?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. All right, can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed
Heaven
to
forbid, don't crack a smile.
you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you anything. Okay.
Okay, curious. So basically, is the jury thinking she was under the influence and So are they going to give her the lesser charge? Or are they just asking for clarification? I mean, her blood alcohol level was high, but all of them were drinking and driving that night, except for John O'Keefe. Everybody else drove home drunk as skunk.
All right, so jurors, we're in receipt of your question. Can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict is to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much. Jim.
Go be recess.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. Okay. We're just going to absorb that for a second. I don't know why some of my sound is, oh, that's why. Why does it show sound off there? That's weird. Shows sound on. Okay. Do that. Okay, what do y'all think? All right, let's get back to Miss Judge Boyd. Boyd. I love that woman. I just think she's awesome.
Who is Maria Avalos?
My ex-mother-in-law.
There's to be no contact with Maria
Yeah, I got that.
Guadalupe
Thank you for clarifying that. You're right.
Aveles. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Aviles. Avalos.
Could I say something though?
Sure.
Oh. Well, because my mother-in-law, we do have a lot of contact with my daughter, so. We have to contact each other. Because I'm not supposed to have contact with her, my ex-husband.
Oh, for kid exchange.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find somebody else.
I'll talk to her about that.
All right, thank you. Probation, is there anything else she needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. And counsel, I believe I gave you a copy last time. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, from here on out, everything that you do in your life, there are two questions you should ask yourself before doing them. Is this something that could result in me going to prison for life? If the answer is yes, don't do it. The other question you should ask yourself, is this something that may result in me going to prison for the rest of my life? If the answer is yes, don't do it. Do you understand?
I do understand.
I take no joy or pleasure in sending the people to prison. But if it's warranted, I will. And your attorney will tell you I've sent people to prison before. So you have children.
Yes.
You need to look out for them. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 2172 State of Texas versus Sandra Portillo. Could I have the parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
The attorney of record is Joanne
Let me call that.
Joseph
I
State's
agree with
standing
that.
in. Ms. Portillo, will you give this court permission for me to do this in place of Ms. De Hoyos?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Portillo, did you review the document entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Satari B. Portillo who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2023 CR 2172 for the offense of possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams on July 27, 2023 for a period of 8 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violating condition number 35 on or about the 25th day of March 2024 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Sandra B. Portillo, who then and there failed to follow the TAP recommendations to include inpatient as directed by the court in violation of condition number 35.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Your Honor, state waives all the violations.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
None.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition 35, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 35?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 35 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, it's to alter demand for state ISF, the substance abuse program, followed by aftercare with ISP, weekly UAs with zero tolerance.
All right, so what I can tell you all, if you want to reconsider things, you can, but I'm not following that agreement.
We could step away for a moment.
Ooh, snap.
We're going to go back on the record in 2023 CR 2172 State of Texas versus Sandra Portillo. Can I have parties announced for the record?
Daniel Escobar for the state.
Joseph State's continuing to fill in for Ms. De Hoyos.
All right. The defendant had entered a plea of true to violation of condition number 35. Do you wish to continue with your plea of true in violation of condition number 35? Yes. All right, the court will find violation of condition number 35 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
I discussed this with the COO
Be
of Ms.
careful
Abrams
back
and
here.
ADA Daniel.
You're too much.
My client
It is
is
a lot.
asking to be continued. We had a recommendation that was a three-way agreement. I understand the court didn't want to follow that. I had proposed something to Daniel. I'm hoping that you would consider this. But just some background a little bit first. Her prior MTR was disposed of February 27th, 2024. But she was booked February 3rd, 2024. So from February 3rd till today, according to the clerk, it's 137 days. So she's had the equivalent of a, not court ordered, but equivalent of a 4-month jail sanction. She will admit, well, she did admit that she refused to sign conditions for inpatient. She's willing to do not just ISF, she's willing to do SAT-F. She's willing to redo all her classes. She's been in jail for quite a long time. That's her own mistake. She admits that she didn't want to sign it. Maybe she was reluctant to, but she thought that she was supposed to get out, have court, and come back and do things. And she never left the jail. And out of frustration, she didn't sign the conditions.
No, I don't think she's a good candidate for probation. She was supposed to sign the conditions, the TAP recommended inpatient treatment, and she didn't do it. So I don't think she should be continuing on probation. She was given opportunity. And counsel, as you just stated, this is not her first motion to revoke. Her previous motion to revoke was on February 27th, as you stated, and there was a violation of condition number 1. And I ordered that
That's what I
there
think.
be a TAP evaluation in custody to follow those recommendations. And she decided that she didn't want to follow those recommendations. I don't see how there's anything that I can do anything for her. People don't get it. You're not supposed to, when the court orders you to do something, for example, to help you by following the recommendations of TAP. TAP recommended inpatient treatment. And I know sometimes people get to talking to people at the Bexar County Jail. And when I say people at the Bexar County Jail, I mean other inmates. And they give people advice, and people want to follow the advice of an inmate, not realizing that, guess what? That person is in custody. But I made an order, and we can't do this thing where I order somebody to follow the TAP recommendations, and the TAP says inpatient, and then somebody says, I'm not signing to go to inpatient. And then what ends up happening when reality hits that your range of punishment is 5 to 99 years or life, then people come before the court and they want to say, oh, you know what? I changed my mind. Now I will do inpatient treatment. So that's where we are.
And
I don't
Your
think
Honor,
she's a good candidate.
She's also willing to take a felony conviction, change it from deferred to straight probation. She's willing to do the harsher inpatient treatment program with zero tolerance. It was a poor decision for her to not sign that. 4 months she's been in here. She's willing to sign this, willing to do this, and even add to these conditions.
I just don't think she's a good candidate. If somebody wants to argue to me why she would be a good candidate for probation, when this is her second motion to revoke, and I ordered her to follow the recommendations of the TAP evaluation, and she didn't want to follow them. But now she does.
Camera
Because,
movement. I'm watching it.
I don't know, I guess she thought a motion to revoke would not be filed against her.
Yeah, I didn't know that that's what would result.
Oh,
I
so
thought.
these are called consequences.
Well, Your Honor, also the charge itself, people who are affected with these substances may not make the best decisions in life. To prevent her from reoffending in the future, relapsing, and she's willing to do even more intensive inpatients.
But she's charged with possession with intent to deliver, and I understand that sometimes when people have possession with intent to deliver cases, sometimes they're selling because
Thank you,
they're
Ron,
also
for just
using.
reading that. Thank you
But
so much.
the amount of methamphetamine she had was 27.980 grams. I don't think probation is appropriate for her. I'm not going to continue on probation. I'm going to revoke her and find her guilty. Does anybody wish to speak to punishment?
Defense would ask for the minimum time, Your Honor,
You can ask, you're not getting it.
with credit for time served.
All right, I'll sentence her to 5 years in the prison.
Oh,
Give
look
her
at
credit
this.
for any time served.
She's
And I'll ask for the
cry.
therapeutic community.
She's getting ready to cry.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal.
Y'all, this girl has been given every chance under the sun.
Did you review that with
blown
your
them
attorney?
all.
Did you understand it and did you sign it? Yes. But you do have a limited right to appeal. That right to appeal is as it relates to the allegations in the motion, not the fact that you are on deferred adjudication. Do you understand? Yes, please. All right. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right. Good luck to you. Thank you.
I didn't see it. Y'all, sorry. Y'all. Exactly. Did y'all hear my dog growls? She goes, Okay, somebody asked a question. Do you think the jury will figure out there isn't a report at all, or do they think the judge is just denying them getting it? I don't think the judge can tell them there is no report, but the judge can say you have all the evidence. Ronnie, you may tear the tags off your pillows. That's just for the retailers. Once the consumer has purchased the product, the tags may be removed. The tags must remain on the pillows and products prior to purchase to ensure that they are new. Ronnie, you're too cute. You're too cute, Ronnie. I appreciate you so much. You are too cute. Oh, my camera doesn't seem like it's. Let me change it and see if my movement's better. No, it isn't. Must be the signal strength. Oh. Good question. Oh, my neck wants to pop so bad, but it won't. I'm getting a crick feeling, and I haven't had one. I think it was brought up in testimony, but I can't recall. Let me check a post. The camera's been wiggling. I don't know if that means something's going to happen. Yep, totally wrote it. Thank you so much, guys. My question is let's see, the jury wants a certain problem is the state police don't do one, they left empty-handed. Honestly, guys, if I was on the jury, I wouldn't even need any of that. Exactly. The point is that all that evidence, once they left the scene of the crime at whatever, 6, 7 in the morning, whatever it was, and then they go back, they did not leave a police officer there to ensure the scene is not tampered with. So for me, it's like, if you don't leave someone there to protect the scene, then you have left the scene, you've gotten all the evidence you need, and you leave. If you come back, that evidence that was found after coming back to the scene should not be permitted um, into trial personally, because there's once the incident happens, you're on scene, somebody stays on scene until the investigation's over. Once it's over and you leave, it's closed. When you come back to the scene hours later and all of a sudden you're finding things that weren't there before, easily tampered. That's right. Days and days after. Give me exactly. There is no chain of custody. And it's on the yard of a fellow police officer. You would think he would want them to do the investigation correct if he was not involved or guilty. If he wasn't truly involved, he would sit there and say, hey guys, this is not how this is done. You can't keep coming back up to a week, 2 weeks later and try to find more and more and more evidence after the snow melts. If you really want to find evidence that's hidden in the snow, get a freaking torch blower and melt it. I mean, you're willing to go out there and get a leaf blower. Why don't you bring something to melt the snow? Just saying. If you're willing to use personal shovels that are filthy and disgusted and covered and God knows what, contaminating the crime scene as you move the snow and stuff with them. If you're willing to bring somebody's leaf blower from their home that has a bunch of stuff that it sucked into the motor and everything, so as the air moves through the systems, you're blowing particles of that person's yard onto the evidence. If you're willing to use solo cups to collect blood and snow, then get a freaking torch and melt the snow and find it then. Don't leave and come back days and days and days later. It's real simple. It continued snowing that day. All people would have to do is shove it down, stick it down in the snow, kind of dust the snow and walk off, and then you find it later? No. Yeah, I hope. Lawyer No thinks there is. Let me find him. So Lawyer No thinks that there's enough to find guilt? I would be shocked. Oh, what do you mean by thinks there is? I don't know. He's a lawyer. Okay. Does Lawyer think that there's enough evidence to convict? I can't, with my hearing, I can't listen to both. I want to know who keeps wiggling the fan footage. Every once in a while you see a wiggle. Gets me all excited. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I watch him. I just am not watching him now. I know he's live. I know a lot of people are live. I appreciate everybody who joined me live. You guys are so awesome. It is so kind of you. I'm happy that y'all are able to comment and participate. That is what I want here. Yeah, I agree. It it sounds to me it may be moving in the right direction if they're asking for if there's any more evidence of a report. If I'm sitting on the jury and the judge says you have all the evidence, then I would say we don't have it. We can't convict. Oh, is he that kind and friendly? I wanted to reach out to him, but I wasn't sure if I should. I know he's busy. He's got a lot of court stuff going on. but I wanted to reach out and kind of pick his brain. Lucky him. I have to go connect with all these people. I'm new to Instagram. I mean, I'm older. I've just really used Facebook all these years, and I'm happy to be branching away. But I don't think people realize the learning curve I have had to have in doing what I'm doing. I'm learning Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, learning Discord, learning StreamYard, Stream Deck, Roadcaster Pro, all of this, connecting everything together. It's just been a little bit overwhelming. Not that I have a problem with that, but it is a little overwhelming. So, just so you know, Court TV is not putting the fan up. So, okay. It is. It's so huge and overwhelming. I mean, in a good way. It's a good way. And I'm trying to get all this done and settled because mid-August I'm back in school, college, getting my degree in criminal justice. Lord, I hope I can do this. Okay, we're going to go back to Judge Boyd if y'all are okay with that.
Okay, that's not on your motion. Oh,
It is, Judge. The state is unopposed. There's no, I had asked counsel about maybe the proximity of the complainant or anything like that, and nowhere near the.
I want lunch so bad. I'm
all right,
so
is he gonna
hungry.
have his bag to pick up whatever his dog deposits?
Yes, I carry a those little bags.
All right, there's nothing worse than seeing people walk their animals and they don't have a bag, so you know they're not gonna pick up.
Yeah.
All right. And we need a
Hopefully the
time frame
last.
for that. They're usually on schedule.
Dogs are on schedules when they poop?
Oh, they are.
Okay.
Not my dog.
Josh, when do you typically take your dog to go to the restroom?
Yeah, she's right. But every two
Very much.
hours.
For people who have no experience with pets or just let their pets run wild. Okay, so
Every 2 hours. At least he's got to do something out there. But I mean, he can hold it. I don't know, would say give him 4 hours.
all right, because we're not going to do every 2 hours because nobody's walking a dog every 2 hours.
Okay, so
When I'm
let's
working
say,
with my dog, I offer pee
however many,
if she's not inside a conference or something every 2 or 3 hours.
there what
Some dogs go
however
more
many,
than others.
hours.
All right, I'll tell you what we will do, Mr. Mackey. You're going to discuss it with your attorney. The attorney is going to discuss it with the state and we'll figure out a time.
Okay.
I will allow you to walk your dog daily, but it's just not going to be at any time because otherwise then we're not on GPS, we're on tracking. So
Okay.
they'll let me know. Do you
The
understand?
dog's not on a
Yes,
schedule.
ma'am.
Can get on
All
one.
right, thank you.
All right. Thank
Call you right now to discuss it, Josh.
All right.
Yeah, if it's not on a schedule, get it on one. Basically, what she's saying. Oh, Lord have mercy.
All right, who is here on Christopher Weezer?
Judge, I'm present for Christopher. He is in the box, Your Honor.
All right, come down, Mr. Weezer.
Go with soft H.
All right, where are we on this case?
Your Honor, this is actually, I just got appointed in May.
Mhm.
And so I have been conferring with the state, Mr. Zach Dunn. He is going to reach out to the complainant. I'm looking over some other cases. There's another attorney as well from the public defender's office, and we're working together to try to resolve this, see what we can do.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset on Christopher Rezar. States you'll need to be prepared to tender an offer at this next date.
Sure.
And you all need to be prepared to sign an acknowledgement of discovery.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, if it's even earlier, I'm going to be here July 16th. I know that's
All
not
right.
30 days, but
All right, so,
Okay.
that okay?
It's Mary Diaz on July 16th.
I'm sorry, what?
The Diaz case we have on the 16th, so we can do it, but
No, it's not for trial.
No, no, this is that.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, that would make sense, right, okay.
I watch
Right, the
the
next set.
replays all the time.
All right, so we'll come back on July 16th. All right, Miss, is your client going to be released from custody?
I don't believe.
We're going to watch this for a
All right,
little bit.
Norman,
We're not
give them
gonna
a
go
reset form
in.
just
I
in
really
case.
want us to research together the Sandra
You're welcome.
Burchmore, or however you say it. I really want to go diving into that. I'm looking at our weather. I know.
Reapproach on Mackie real quick.
Just one moment.
Boy, Texarkana, you do have a storm moving through. It's a wall. It's a nice wall cloud. Possible rotation. Too early to tell. I miss storm chasing. It's clear in Texas, except for near Texarkana, and the Houston has a little pop-up storm. But man, people from Dallas through Little Rock, Arkansas, going into Tennessee.
All right, on Mackie.
And then, of course, in
Yes.
Indianapolis, all the way
9 to
to
9:30 a.m.,
Canada.
4 to 4:30 p.m.
Wait a
and
minute.
Ours is clear and sunny.
So you say 9
to 9:30.
a.m., right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's going to be at
And
least 90.
4 to 4:30 p.m. and 10:30 to 11 p.m.
Okay, guys, I think if it's okay with you,
All right.
I'm
You're welcome.
going to let this roll for a minute, but I'm going to try
Thank
and
you for
find some
helping
more
clear the course. I was
information.
like, wait a minute, on the other one with.
There we go.
Yeah, I can take that.
On Sandra Burchmore's death. Has anybody followed it? Oh, Miss Kevin, that's awesome.
Yeah, and.
Turtle Boy has an hour and a half long.
All right.
You showed up for, I showed up for game day.
Who's here on Catherine Aguilar? And where is she? Okay.
Well, yes, I'm a little confused. So she had court today. And, I was informed this morning that she had made bond, but there's no bonds. She has a parole, she had a parole violation apparently. And it appears that she might have been transferred to
All right, everyone, you all need to whisper. And if you all could do me a huge favor, the same tone that you have for your voice when you're not before the bench, bring that tone before the bench so we can hear you. Do not whisper before the bench, but you can't whisper when you're not before the bench. Yes.
So she may have been transferred to TDC or to the feds, Judge, so it's unclear where she is right now.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, thank you, yes, ma'am.
I am looking for more information on that, on the Sandra Burchmore death. Everything I'm finding, I can't repeat.
All right, it doesn't show her as being in TDC. If you want, I'll give you till tomorrow to have her come, but she'll need to be here exactly at 9 a.m.
Yes, yeah, I've tried to call her closest people and they haven't heard from her, so
All right.
I'll work on it.
Did she make commercial bond?
Doesn't look like it, Judge. There's not a bondsman listed on that clerk's record.
All right, do we know if she made a commercial bond? It's Catherine Aguilar. It's 2024 CR 1212. All right, so if you want to find out who her bondsman is and give them a call,
I sure will.
and then approach when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's here on Eric Kelly?
Thank you.
All right, so where are we? Are there still unindicted cases on this?
There are, Your Honor. I've conferred this morning. They're still
Yes,
unindicted.
Miss Kay, have a great lunch.
We're just waiting on.
All right, and what are these charges that are unindicted?
There's an unindicted ag robbery.
All right. So I'm gonna give you all one final.
Should we follow that case?
Okay.
Should we follow the Sandra Burchmore case? Ronnie, I know you posted.
All right, so just so you know,
Discord.
The young lady who was here before, I don't know what your relationship is with her. I don't know if you care for her, if you love her, but if you care for her and love her, guess what? She can't have any contact with you. And if she does, a warrant's gonna be issued. Do you understand? All right. And if you all are in a relationship, I find it very strange. He's out and about and she's in custody. Nobody's making her bond, but you know, I pretend I'm a relationship expert. These are just questions I always have. All right, so we're gonna reset this. And what date do we reset her cases for?
I believe it was the 30th.
Yes, so we're gonna recall this back on July 30th. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Bruce.
I'm in Discord looking for things. Sorry, guys. My dog is just moaning and groaning. It's like, oh, please. Arr. Arr. Sounds like a motor. Get the motorboat running.
All right, who is here on Roy Vidalis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone, please keep your voices up. Court is calling 2024 CR 4965, State of Texas versus Roy Vidalis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, hang on.
Defense?
Attorney Bill Simmons for defense.
And are you Mr. Vidalis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for keeping your voice up. Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Vidalis, did you review the document entitled Application for Community Supervision with your attorney?
Yes,
Did
Your
you
Honor.
understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Oh, Your Honor, we're proceeding on count one, waiving count two.
No objection.
All right, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand in count one, you're charged with the offense of possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance? Penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a first-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and
showed that
confront
earlier.
any witnesses the
Oh,
state would call, and the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you are giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Vidalis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to a jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count one. Your punishment is to be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State recommends community supervision, and there's to be restitution to SAPD. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State is at the plea?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 8 years. There be a top evaluation and 180 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense and count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with all this attachment.
No objection.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver of appeal? I'm sorry, did you review the waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We would just pray that the court follow the plea agreement. We would also ask the court to give consideration to possibly probating a portion of the fine.
All right. So how old are you?
Going to be 32 in October.
Do you have any children?
4 of them at home.
What are their ages?
One, my oldest is gonna be 14, 12, 10, and 8. All from the same mama.
All right. And who is Jamecia?
Jimmy, Juanita.
No, it's Jameicicia. Jamecia.
I want to read this. It's on Adrian Carity or Turtle Boy's website or X or Twitter account. It says all police reports and notes. On February the 2nd, 22, the defense filed a motion for I can't say that term, District County Court for the preservation of all police reports and notes. The district attorney's office did not produce any notes until September 29th of 23. Those notes were portions from the Massachusetts State Police. The district attorney's office then revealed that notes from Canton Police and the CERT team do not exist. Y'all, do not exist. Insane. Okay, how long do we have? 2, 3. Okay, I have to make a quick errand. I have to run pick up my daughter and bring her here. Luckily, I live in a very small town. Yeah, and I need to pick up lunch. So I'm going to leave this running. If there's a mod that wouldn't mind just kind of watching, if something comes up, I have it on my phone. I can control this through my phone. If I have to, I can close this down and come back on through the phone. So I'm going to be watching the proverbial fan, and I'm going to get going quickly. I'll be back as soon as possible. Is that okay, mods? Do you have this? Does a mod have this? Y'all are awesome. Okay, I'm going to exit myself, put this full court. We're going to leave it running. I appreciate y'all's understanding. I shall return shortly.
Tia Asina Marie Mays. Who is that?
Oh, that was the driver of the who got arrested that day.
Female?
Yes, ma'am.
Not the mother of your children?
No, ma'am. I was in the back seat.
I'm sorry, what?
I was in the back seat and she had her boyfriend.
All right. And who is Claudia Mesa?
That would be her boyfriend.
All right. How do you know them?
I know them from a mutual friend,
Who's the mutual friend?
Yvette.
Yvette who?
Yeah, it went in. Yvette, she's an older lady, and I met her.
So you don't know her last name?
No, ma'am, I do not.
How would you feel if your children were hanging out with people and they don't even know their full name?
Wouldn't feel right at all.
Mhm. And so were your children when you were picking up this case?
They were with their mother
When's the last time you saw them?
before I got arrested. May 13th is when.
Do you pay child support?
No, ma'am, they all live with me.
I'm sorry, what?
They all live with me. For the past 7 years, they've been with me.
All right. And what's up with all the tattoos?
Free time. This is my mother's name on my right arm.
Okay.
And this is space, planets, stars, moon.
All right. And what's on your neck?
Right here, this is a steer. I'm a ranch hand. I was born and raised. This is ha ha ha.
Okay. What is ha ha ha?
Joker, Batman.
Okay. And underneath the ha ha ha?
Southwest is where I reside, southwest side of San Antonio. I'm a dragon, Southwest High School.
All right. So why do you need to put Southwest on the side of your neck?
It was one of those free times I didn't have my kids. And
when's the last time you were employed?
I was recently employed at Southern Tire Mart before I got let go.
I'm sorry, you was employed what?
By Southern Tire Mart before I got let go. It was before December.
All right, what are you saying? By whom?
By Southern Tire Mart.
Southern
Tire Mart.
Tire Mart.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Off of I-10 and Foster.
All right. All right, so how often have you been using meth?
Really, I just use it when it's there. I mean, people I hang around with, but me purchasing it, no, ma'am, I don't.
All right, I've never heard of people giving free meth unless they give it to you on the first time. Usually with marijuana, you can understand people are puff, puff, pass. But with meth, I've never heard of people doing the puff, puff, pass unless you're paying.
I mean, I just moved back to the neighborhood and kind of fell with the wrong crowd again.
All right, people will say that you're the wrong crowd.
Maybe.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is finding you guilty. The court is going to sentence you to 8 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated. There's to be restitution, if any, to SAPD. There's to be no contact with the following persons. Jamecia, Jameicicia, Essina, Essina, Marie, Mays, Mays, Claudio, Mesa, Meza, any person by the name of Yvette. So if you meet the love of your life and it turns out to be somebody named Yvette, while you're on this probation, you can't have contact with her. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to want a gang evaluation. There's to be 180 hours of community service restitution. How far did you go in school?
Up to the 9th grade.
Why did you drop out?
I wanted to get my own personal things, my own car, my own place. And really, I dropped out before I even knew I was going to have a kid.
All right. So has Child Protective Services ever been involved in your life?
No, ma'am, they have not.
All right. I'm going to want parenting classes. Once he completes parenting classes, then 80 hours of the community service restitution will be deemed satisfied. You are either going to get your GED or you're going to go into somebody's trade school. And once that's completed, the remaining of the community service hours will be deemed satisfied.
I actually have a GED from the San Marquis.
All right. So he'll need to be in a trade school. He says he has his GED. Make sure he has that. If he has his GED, then you need to go to somebody's trade school so that you can start being able to pay child support. And I'm going to tell you why I say pay child support in just a moment. So there's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Does he have any prior history?
Your Honor, I don't want to tell the court anything wrong. I believe he does have some, but I don't know that whether or not there's any felony convictions.
All right, there's going to be a TAP evaluation in custody.
That's it.
Follow recommendations of TAP. And we can do a felony drug court referral in custody. They're probably not going to accept him though. There's to be no contact. I'm sorry, what's your, the mother of your children's name?
Desiree Luna.
I'm sorry, what?
Desiree Luna.
Desiree Luna?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. There's to be no unsupervised contact. No unsupervised contact with minors. And you're not allowed to reside in any household with minors.
Okay, so for instance, my kids that live with my mom, well, I recently moved back to my mom's and my kids are at my mom's.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't live there.
Okay,
You don't need to be around any minors right now.
okay.
And so let me ask you this. You say your children are now living with your mother.
Well, since I've been here.
All right,
since
so
I've been
where
here.
is Desiree?
She has her own family. She has her own kid. I mean, they go back and forth weekends and
All right, there's something weird going on here. So he's not allowed to reside in any household with minors. There's going to be CPS compliance if applicable. I'm going to want field visits until further notice. If he is under gang evaluation, of course, they'll handle the field visits. There's going to be proof of employment within 40 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And there's going to be 120 sober meetings in 120 days. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
How many field visits per month?
Thank you. We'll do one field visit until further notice. One field visits a month until further notice. And he is to remain in custody for the TAP evaluation, the felony drug court evaluation, and the gang evaluation. All right. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
no, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just for clarification, saying that he can't, the children were living with him, and my understanding is that the mother of the children was not. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So the court had previously said that they didn't want any unsupervised visitation, which should not be an issue because your mother is where they are at this time.
Yes.
But in an effort to avoid homelessness at this time, is it okay for him to live there, but no unsupervised, no unsupervised contact with the children, any minors, including his own?
No, I'm not going to allow that.
So,
And let me explain to you why. Some people think, why is she doing that? So here's the problem. You are involved with people who you say are part of the bad crowd. This is a possession with intent to deliver drugs, which means the state has alleged that people were selling drugs. You're in a vehicle with two people that you sort of have a relationship, but not really, because you're saying you met them through somebody named Yvette. This is what I assume about people who are in the business of selling drugs. One or two things end up happening. And I'm sure you watched Scarface. Either you start using your own product, which you just told me that you use meth. The state is alleging that you're selling meth. So you've already started using your own product. Two, once you start using your own product, you're not thinking clearly. Once you sell, you're not thinking clearly. Number two, you're meeting these random people. And when you meet random people, those random people bleed over into your personal life. Your children are a part of your personal life. You may end up going to prison. That means that the police may end up raiding your house, hopefully with a search warrant, or for exigent circumstances with your children in the household. The last thing your children and your mom need is the police maybe knocking in the door, looking for you, or either these random people that you don't know looking for you because you've been using product that you're supposed to be selling. Either way, it's not good for your children and it's not good for your mom to bring that to her doorstep. She has taken on raising 4 children that you and this random person you decide to be the mother of your children, Desiree Luna, who's not even taking care of those children. Your mother is. You're not paying child support. Your mother is. You're not making sure they eat. Your mother is. And you don't even have employment. So you are an adult who's going to be living with your mom. You're not paying to stay there, and you're just eating up all the food. So that is why you're going to get a place to stay, and they can see about lifetime recovery for you or haven for hope. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I know you probably think I'm being hard on you. Who does she think she is? That's okay that you're thinking that. But at the end of the day, where you are now in your life, hopefully this won't be all there is to you. There's still a chance for you to do better things. But if you decide you want to live a certain lifestyle, which is outside the bounds of the law, if you want to continue to use drugs, if that's something you want to do, don't bring all of that trauma to your mom's doorstep when she is just trying to take care of your children that you're supposed to be taking care of. You understand?
I respect for you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you have some extra money, guess what? Send it in the mail to your mom so she can get, clothing for your children and help feed them. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And then once you're clean and sober, if you come back to me and you prove to me you're clean and sober and you got your life together, I will lift that order and you will be able to have visitation with your children.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's up to you whether
Yes, ma'am.
you want to do it. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Good luck to you. Kathleen Aguilar. Yes. Kathleen Aguilar. She's still not present. Mariah Lopez. Hi.
Hi, Judge.
All right. Where's Mariah Lopez?
She's in custody, but refuses to come over. And we're not communicating well with her, Judge. I don't know if we should request a mental health evaluation. Or
All right.
withdraw.
Do you think she has mental health issues, or has she just decided she does not want to participate in her case?
Judge, she had an MTR and we had a deal worked out and she did not accept the agreement. And so she has these new number ones pending. And this is the first time we've been on one of the new number ones.
All right. So is this the only number one that's a pending that's been indicted?
It's the only one that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you have all of the discovery?
I have to ask Peter. It is his case, but I will find out.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. Deputy Lord, Deputy Mejia, we're going to reset this case and let them know at the jail that she needs to be present, or either she can appear by Zoom. All right. What date, Ms. Ferguson? Yes, let's bring her. Well, yes, let's do July 9th. And that'll give you a chance to have.
Maybe it's possible to do it on the 10th so that I can get here. I mean,
All right, let me just see.
Oh, no, we have it set on the 9th already.
All right, July 9th?
Yes, it's on here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, July 9th.
Okay, thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's here on Theodore Sanchez?
My name is Todd McCray. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So where are we on this case with discovery?
The discovery should be, as of right now, Judge, should all be out, and I haven't been notified by Mr. Trainer if there's anything outstanding. I believe this is the first time you've been able to talk to the client.
Judge, he was recently indicted. I was recently appointed. This is my first time to appear before the court and talk to Mr. Sanchez. And you could see the files underneath my arm. There's 5 cases, and we're still reviewing the discovery. I'm still reviewing that discovery with Mr. Sanchez. And so at this point, we don't have an offer yet on the table. I think if the court gave us some time to go through the discovery and make sure there's nothing missing or something that we need that's not there, then we'd be able to approach the state about our plea bargain.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Sanchez, recall this in 45 days. In 45 days, at the next setting, y'all need to do an acknowledgement of discovering. The state will tender an offer.
That sounds reasonable.
All right, which date? Counsel?
I'm juggling files on my phone. I would say the 8th, August the 8th.
All right, we'll be back on August 8th. Do you believe your client is going to be released?
I don't have any reason to believe at this point he'll be released, Your Honor. He's actually on parole.
All right, so you'll be back on August 8th.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Can I
you.
have a little more time with him in the box?
Yes.
Thank you.
But counsel,
Yes, ma'am.
just let the deputies know when you're done.
Yes, ma'am.
Mario Vargas. Good. Yes.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, and so attorneys, if you all could do the court a huge favor, because we do have a new court reporter. So attorneys, before you come up, if you can make sure that you introduce yourself to her so that she can have your names. All right?
My name is Jeb Lock, Jeblock. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so where are we on this case? The state was to contact the complainant.
That has been done and offer has been tendered.
We received the offer this morning, Judge. We'd like a little bit of time to consider it.
All right, how old are you, sir?
30.
30. All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you'll recall this back for a plea deadline in 3 weeks, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
July 18th.
All right, we'll be back on July 18th. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Nathan Martinez. All right, this is Suzanne Kramer.
To the arrow.
All right, so we're still here for discovery. Where are we on that?
I believe unless anything, I checked last week and I didn't see that anything new had come in. There's just a terabytes of it. But of course, because I've also been downloading the discovery on all the other cases as well. But Jason, I think, believes that it's all pretty much in. I didn't see anything new when I checked about a week ago.
That's correct.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you all a 60-day reset. And when you all come back within that time frame, I'm going to want an acknowledgement of discovery signed.
Very good.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 60-day reset.
What day?
August 20th?
That's fine. I just want to make sure I heard it right, Judge.
No. Is that good for you, Ms. Kramer?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we're going to come back on August 20th and then state the next setting I'm going to have. I don't know if you all are seeking the death penalty or not. I don't know his age, but there's also the capital murder case.
Yes, sir.
So pretty soon I'm going to want to know whether or not you're seeking the death penalty.
Yes, Judge.
Right, Judge, because I've been holding off filing on some requests for some experts, waiting to know exactly what I can do with Jason. We haven't actually started any type of negotiations at all yet.
All right. And do you already have a second chair?
I do. You gave me Charles Funk.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we will see you back on August 20th. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. So we'll be back on August 20th for the acknowledgement of discovery. And then state if you'll start working on whether or not y'all will seek the death penalty.
Huh? I didn't hear you.
All right. Is there anything else?
No, Judge, thank you. It's the family.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So, all right, August 20th.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not liking HEB repair.
All right, to the advocate. Excuse me. Hi. Oh, that's his mother? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, Miss, we're going to be back on August 20th. All right, you're welcome.
Just so many freaking rooms with so much stuff. Hello. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm coming. You're good. Bye. You look better
All
for
right, who's here on David Coyote Vargas?
Hi, and just good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, but I guess I say when you get older, you get more absent-minded.
Oh, yeah.
I was here yesterday, Judge. You gave us a setting for July 23rd.
Yes.
When I got back to the office, I was kindly reminded I'll be on vacation,
Okay.
22nd through August.
Were
2.
you kindly reminded? Or they're like, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm being nice. You're like, what were you thinking?
All right, so when will you be back?
August 2.
August 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can you set it for August 5th? And is your client on bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you have contact with him?
Yes, I do.
All right, so we'll recall it for August 5th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
You always have the best flowers in you.
Oh, thank you. You know, my mom always says that other than at home, the most time you spend is at work. And so she said, you should try to make it bright and beautiful. So even if you're having a bad day, I'll look at the flowers. I'm like, oh, you know.
I always do. I've noticed that.
All
And
right.
they're real.
Yes, they're real.
All right, Judge.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No, I'll just get it and I'll be setting them to the right.
Okay, sure.
Sanchez? Weezer?
Who is here on Orlando Ortiz?
Excuse me, Judge, that's me.
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you off docket. Currently, it's a closed case. The DPS has not removed the ignition or lock. They say they haven't got the.
So do we have the file here? It's gone somewhere else.
I think it's gone.
All right, can you have the clerk in the back check to see if it's gone?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Everyone, we're taking our break at noon. Oh, is your client on the bond or in custody? All right, let me mute us. All right, defense. Could I-
Fine, good.
All righty, thank you.
Impact court. Okay, I'm just saying. I gotta break him up here on the 46 and go back in.
Jay Boris,
Is there?
you on this side?
Sorry.
All right, and state your name for the court reporter.
Carl Basil, Your Honor. Carl Basil, Basile. All right, this with a K. Sorry.
All right, is this a motion to revoke?
It's a restitution hearing, Your Honor. I was provided the money shop estimates just a few minutes ago. I do have a question about insurance, whether
All right, everyone, please whisper and
This was-
state. This is criminal trial division.
yes.
It's an evading arrest detention, and the defense has a question about the restitution amount.
Yes, I was just provided from the probation officer, the body shop reports, and I'll review those in a minute. I have a question where she states it was insurance didn't pay. I don't know if the policy was canceled or was it 2020 Buick Enclave? It seemed like the insurance. So I don't. It's 2020 Buick Enclave, so I'm just curious to see if there was insurance and if not, why there wasn't before I agreed to the amount. Whatever it is.
All right, so here's the thing. The way the court sees it, if somebody has insurance and they don't use it, you're responsible for the restitution. If somebody has insurance and they used it, and now I'm being presented with something as though it's not used, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I don't know how, well, I guess I do know how she could prove that she didn't make an insurance claim. You just have a printout from your insurance company to show that no claim was made.
Well, that's fine. That's a question I have on it. If it was an older car, I wouldn't be that concerned, but it's a fairly modern car, most people have.
insurance on their cars to protect them when they're that new.
Yeah, well, sometimes liability, sometimes not.
True, that's correct.
So, state, is there any way you can have the complainant let us know if she used insurance or not? And if she can get a printout from her insurance company that she didn't use it?
Would you want testimony or would we need to require like the insurance?
I mean, if she gives you the insurance company and where the vehicle is insured under, because I'm sure it will say,
Right, it will show what kind of policy, what coverage it has.
Yes.
It will say all that.
all right,
And if it doesn't cover it, like uninsured motorists, then it's not covered.
all right. So if she didn't use it, so what we'll need is the policy that states which vehicle is covered under the policy. And then show proof that she didn't use it. And then that's where we are.
I'm sorry, which case is this, John?
Oh, it's J. Angel Juarez, 2024 CR 1043. And I set it for a restitution hearing because usually when there's a large amount, like, and it comes later than when it should have, I think it should have. Because he was given probation in March and this restitution has just come to the court. Yeah,
Correct. And
June.
It's over $6,000, so that's why I'm asking for that information to you because of the large amount.
All right, so what I'll do is state, I'm sure it'll take you some time to get that. So how much time do you want?
Well, Mr. Elman just informed me that he was in contact with the victim yesterday, I guess, and that we, I think, got the amount. So we just need to make sure, I'll shoot an email and we probably need a week or so.
All right, what I'll do is I'll recall it for 30 days. If you have it sooner than 30 days, then you can confer with defense counsel and you all can come back in.
That's fine.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Juarez for a restitution hearing?
July 18th.
All right, July 18th. All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
No.
Okay, I have no idea why that's happening. We will figure it out. Thank you. Okay. Juarez. Linda, do you see what page Juarez is on? 18, thank you.
Mr. Potter?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, thank you. All right, Orlando Ortiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
No file. It was imaged in February and as near as Mr. Riojas can tell, there was no order sent to. Yes.
Okay,
But
just
she
one.
says really can't see it, so
All right, let me pull this up on Odyssey.
good luck with that.
Hey, now you've put like a bad vibe out there. Let me see.
It's getting better. It is getting better.
Oh, it is. I'm hoping that all the kinks will get worked out.
It's way better than when it first went online.
Mm.
They probably shouldn't have killed the other system as quickly as they did.
Yeah. No, it's not in the system.
The way it was explained to me by DPS, there's a log number that's on there,
Mhm.
and that's what they need to remove it.
Okay.
We'll give it a try.
All right,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome. So any luck, Mr. Cannon?
Okay, uh. Well, yes and no. I called the bondsman, Judge, so evidently these people wrote a bond for my client in May, okay? And then, it wasn't last night. They didn't do anything for her last night. But it looks like she got picked up for parole violation shortly after she made bond cancel. She's been in jail from then until now. So I'm still not clear about,
So you think she may be in jail?
she may be, or maybe the parole hold got cleared out, which means that she got bonded out, but they didn't do anything for her last night. Whatever bond that they have for her has been in place since early September of, excuse me, about May the 3rd.
All right, are you available this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you can come back this afternoon, and what I'll do, if you have no objections, I'll call over to the jail to see if she's there.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Yes. Excellent.
Hmm? Inmate what? Oh, okay.
I want to.
Mark Costa, can you put that up for the judge?
Available as a motion.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, Costa. Well, my name is Neil Calvin.
Okay, can I just tell you, my heart is breaking right now. A thing moved. She's not going back to the Olympics in the 800 meters.
You can make it?
She had a fall. Feet got tangled up with another runner.
On the finish?
No, on like the first lap. And she couldn't catch back up. I think they need to, let her go anyway. I don't care. No, she's done with that one. Mark Costa?
Can we approach it just briefly before we?
Yes.
Just one of those, where it's a PSI, but, I picked up additional. We're gonna reform the actual plea. And he applied for 7 silent, I believe, but he's gonna do away with the application. We're actually gonna go to 10 years, and then we're gonna TIC the 2 new cases.
All right, if y'all will, what you can do. If y'all will change the plea bargain page and initial where you're changing it and put the date by it.
Yes, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Oh, you know what? Before you do that, make a copy of it and we'll keep the original and then write it on the copy.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Let me go make a copy of it.
Yeah, I think that may be better to do. That's okay. All right.
7 next to it then,
Okay.
instead of putting the 10, so I'll correct it on.
All right, thank you. Oh, no. So you're all right on the
Oh, right on
copy?
that one?
Yes.
Okay,
And I'll
sorry.
correct this one.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Yes.
I want to introduce you to my daughter.
Hi. Welcome to the 187th.
Thank you. Miranda.
So what's your name?
Miranda.
Yeah. Okay. And are you in school or?
High school.
Oh, wow, what grade?
Going into 10th grade.
Okay, that is so awesome. Please enjoy your high school days. People would always try to rush me, but I said, the closer you get to graduating, the closer you get to adulting. But I hope you're enjoying it. So what are you planning on doing?
I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Either medical school or becoming a lawyer.
All right, so if you end up going to medical school, I'm going to make you sure you're invited to any party that I have so I can come up to you and ask for free advice. But whenever you want to stop by, if you maybe thinking, maybe law school, maybe not, you're more than welcome to always come and sit in court with us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Hey, how's it going?
Just taking her around to all the courts I have.
Oh, wow. Is your mom paying you? All right, so then I'm going to put on my other hat. And if you want to sue, for violation of child labor laws, let me know. But it's good seeing you, but be sure to come by anytime, okay?
I will, thank you.
All right, awesome. You guys look like twins.
Judge, Norma emailed me about Ronaldo Marcos.
Yes.
It was a violation, but we had already taken care of that. She said that you wanted me to bring him back in.
No, they gave it back to me on a different one. And so when it was presented to me, it was presented as a different one. So you're saying it's already been ruled on?
Yes, we brought him back 2 weeks ago. It was it was a Spanish speaker that we
Oh.
needed an interpreter on.
Okay, I remember now.
You allowed him to remove the ignition interlock and install the scram.
Yes. Okay,
So
so
that's already been taken care of.
all right.
Well, I
so-
think it may have been, you didn't have a file and, yeah.
Yeah, but still, they should have received it. Okay.
So we want to fill it out again so we will keep getting it.
All right, if you'll give me another one, a blank one, and I'll fill it out again.
I haven't received any additional violation from.
Can I see if it's something?
Okay, sure.
I'll tell you, I should have called you, try to come by and see you, but I just, I'll get busy in my own.
Oh, no, it happens.
Yeah.
You know, Laura, Abib and I,
Yeah.
we're trying to do the school reunion for us. So we shall see.
Let me know. That'll be something.
Righty. We're trying to think of a location. By the way, you're on the committee.
I know, and if I can, let me know what I need to do
Oh, think of a location.
or location.
You know, I'm always thinking Europe, but people are like Stephanie, not international. So we need a location. Yeah, think on it.
I will. I mean, where do you think most of our classmates are?
Oh, I know there's some in New York. There's some in Arizona. There's some in Colorado.
Let's do Fort Worth.
All right. Well, you have to figure out what we can do in Fort Worth.
I was in Fort Worth like about a month and a half ago, and I went there for a cattle auction. But the downtown is really nice, and there's a lot of like little different like bars, and there's like a lot of little parks and stuff that are really nice. There's not. I don't think they have the homeless problem we have. Decided to see that.
All right.
And anyways, let me think some more. But that would be a.
Why are you taking Europe off the table? But okay. Maybe we can go to somewhere in Africa.
There you go.
All right.
I would do that too.
Okay. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 10653, State of Texas versus Mark Anthony Costa. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Neil Kalfas on behalf of Mr. Costa, Your Honor.
And that's CALFAS. And are you Mr. Mark Costa?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, both the state and the defense are stating that you all have entered into a different plea bargain agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Costa, are you aware of the new plea bargain agreement that was reached between your attorney and the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you review that plea bargain agreement with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is still proceeding on count one. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $2,500 fine. There's to be no application for community supervision. They will take in consideration the following NITMAG numbers: 766811 and 766810. Did you understand that to be the new plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the new plea bargain agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the new plea bargain agreement? And Mr. Costa, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Mark Anthony Costa.
All right, are you asking the court to follow this plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you review the paragraph from the plea bargain page entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you understand your attorney's instructions with regards to that paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. And he previously entered a plea, is that correct?
He did, Your Honor.
And previously, your plea, was it no contest or guilty?
I think we pled guilty, Judge, but I don't know for sure.
All right, I'm being told it was guilty by the clerk. All right, someone else accepted your plea. Oh, it's guilty to count one. All right, are both parties ready to proceed with sentencing?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, the court will follow your agreement. The court will sentence you to 10 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's a $2,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. Take in consideration NITMAG number 766811, 766810. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you, sir?
38.
All right, so you're gonna have to start making some changes because otherwise you're gonna look up from your life. A majority of it is gonna be spent behind bars. Don't be the person at the prison when new people come in and they want to know how things are run. And they say, oh, ask the grandfather. And they say, who's the grandfather? He's the oldest person in this prison. Don't be that person. You understand?
I understand that.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excuse Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could you staple this for me? That's the new agreement they reached. And here's his file.
Ricardo Briones.
Oh, and I'm sorry, that goes in there too.
Madam Mayor Burch?
Yes.
I have a Chris Dunning set today, and I think we're going to come back at 1:30.
Yes.
I have to be in civil court for just a presiding matter. I was wondering if I can appear by Zoom.
Sure.
At 1:30. Okay, thank you. I think it was just a sentencing.
All right,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Gilbert Orozco? Yes, where's he?
He's here.
Come forward. And then after this, court is taking its recess.
Thank you for, sorry I was late and sorry I don't have the tie. I did not have this on my calendar.
All right, what's your name? The court reporter wants to know.
Dwight Chumley. Yeah.
All right, so I'm telling all attorneys to please introduce themselves
Okay,
to
yeah.
the court reporter. She's new.
Good. Welcome aboard.
All right, so Mr. Orozco, come forward. All right, today is his plea deadline day.
Well, here's the deal. They have at the scene, it's a restaurant parking lot, there are video cameras.
Mhm.
In the discovery that I've been given, the police officers acknowledged that, yes, they are some video cameras up there.
Mhm.
I have not seen those videos. I don't know if it was working. I don't know. There's no evidence in the DA's file as to what is the status of these parking lot cameras. So and maybe 2 weeks or something just to.
Okay, State, do you know how long it'll take to get that information to you?
Judge, I mean, if it's not mentioned in, I have not reviewed this case. If
Okay.
it's not mentioned in our prosecution code or any of the officers that they collected it, it's not collected, but that's not to say that the establishment may or may not have that. But at this point, if it doesn't say it in our prosecution code, as of right now, we don't have any security cameras that were collected.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll give you all a reset to see if there were cameras in place, if the video maybe was destroyed, because I know sometimes those are on a loop and it records over.
Here's an issue. July, I'm going to be gone. Well, most of the month, the 10th through the 14th, and then I'm gone the 21st through the 31st. So I was thinking maybe we could do it August, the first week in August.
Well, you're saying you're gone from when?
Well, the first trip is the 10th through the 14th.
Okay.
And the second one is the 20th through the 31st.
All right, you want to put it for July 15th or 16th?
Yeah, the 16th would be good.
All right, Norman, can you recall this for the 16th? All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right. Where is it? What, this one? Yes. All right, I'll take that up and then we'll go on our break. Which page is Orozco on? Oh, all right, thank you.
All I'm gonna do is call protect it. If they have, yes, if they don't have, they don't have money.
All right, Tony, you ready? All right, what's going on with you? What's going on in your life?
Me, I just started a new job.
Right.
Um,
Doing what?
I'm a server.
All right. And if you drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
It would come back negative.
All right, we're going to do a drug test, okay?
Okay, I did one yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to do a drug test. And then who is your brother's girlfriend?
Kaylee.
All right.
I don't know her last name.
So do you still live with your mom?
Yeah, I just had to move back in there.
All right.
Like
So
in April.
you're saying you had to move back in?
Yeah, I had my own apartment and I had it with a roommate. And I was giving her 800 a month and been friends with her since freshman year, found out she wasn't, all the bills, all the money I gave her a month never went towards the bills. So we were over 6 grand in her rent and I had all the receipts on me paying her and everything, so they let me out of the lease early. And it was a big altercation. I had to call the cops because she got physical with me and I didn't. I told the cops, I was like, I'm on probation. I'm not gonna get physical with her and risk getting in trouble for that. It's not worth it.
All right, you're going to do a UA today. And I know previously there was an issue with you, and this is from March 2024, where you return back positive for marijuana and they did progressive sanctions. So we're going to do a UA and then we're going to tighten up your schedule with your curfew for being at home with your mother.
Okay.
So first thing, we're going to see what this UA, the results are. And then we're going to come back and I'm going to give you instructions, but your curfew is going to get tightened up. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. State, you're all excused to go on your break now.
Okay, Judge.
And we'll be back, I say 1:30, but it's sort of 1:30-ish
Okay, Judge.
because I don't know if the judges meeting is going to end
Okay, Judge.
at 1:30.
And just a quick question. I was gonna review.
Just one moment.
Okay.
You know, Sarah did the rest of the stuff in. Baby, you're come on, you get treats. You've been so good. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Okay. Go ahead again. What did y'all do? Get out. Go. Why is my camera not working? Y'all, I'm here. My camera's not working. I don't know why. We're back. Hello. Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know if one of the critters knocked a cord. Who knows? Feeling a little better. I get it a little more down. There we go. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I am done with my shenanigans for lunch break. How is the sound? I think my aides have picked them up. Okay, that's coming from the phone. I gotta disconnect. I gotta do this. I have to push about 5 buttons to get my hearing aids to Bluetooth. Hey, Ronnie. Ronnie, do you know I am so blessed to have you? Ooh, y'all, it's hot in here. It got hot in here. It does get hot in here because my computer is a very powerful computer. And it's like a gaming computer. Ronnie, if you hear my fan on my mic, please let me know. I'll angle it a little better. There we go. And that's there. Let's see if I can put extra camera and get the webcam working. And go over here. Click that. Preview. For some reason, it's not recognizing why. I'll deal with it later. So, Judge Boyd is on break, I see. Everybody else is on break. The court is live feed is still spinning. Let me check everything and see who's doing what, saying what to whom. Close that. Okay, so that's no news. He says, okay, Turtle Boy says, keep the faith. Not guilty is coming, only a matter of when. There is no way 12 people can vote to convict Karen Reed. Worst case scenario, one juror is being difficult and the other jurors is to show them that they must acquit. So anyway, basically, it could be a hung jury. But you know what, guys? This is a 8.5 week jury, 9 weeks. Court case. I was not surprised we don't have a verdict yet. I'm not surprised. So we're all good. We're all good. We are now in 6 hours and 11 minutes-ish of deliberations. We're going to hop on over to another court. Thank you so much for letting me know my sound is good.
Muy bien, entonces hemos llegado a un acuerdo para que el señor Ramos Villalobos ponga una petición de declararse culpable al cargo enmendado a OWI y que el otro cargo de alto contenido de alcohol quede invalidado.
That is correct. The offer is to plead to an added count 2 of operating while intoxicated. In exchange, count 1 would be dismissed.
Y es correcto, señoría. Entonces, es un acuerdo para que se declare culpable al cargo 2 de conducir mientras estaba bajo la influencia de intoxicado. el cargo número 1 va entonces a quedar invalidado como parte del acuerdo.
This is a professional interpreter. I mean, translator. ASL's interpreters. Spoken as translation. So, ugh.
Okay. Your Honor, I was in speaking to Mr. Ramos Villalobos. He is having a problem with the tether in that it's digging into his leg. I looked at it. He doesn't have strong feelings about getting rid of it, but he, like I said, I've looked at it. It is digging into his leg. He works hard and is causing him a problem. I'm concerned about him getting to test during his 30-day suspension, but he assures me that he can make it to test if necessary.
Muy bien, su señoría, entonces estaba hablando con el señor Ramos Villalobos sobre el grillete que tiene puesto y que le está maltratando la pierna.
I realize. Go ahead.
Allow me, sir, sorry. Y que le está maltratando la pierna. Sé que él no ha expresado fuertes sentimientos para esto, pero sí sería posible. Él tiene que presentarse a pruebas durante los 30 días y él está indicando de que sí va a poder cumplir con eso.
We could.
I'm sorry to take that out of order.
We could potentially have something when they come back from lunch. Yeah, I'm glad that was clarified, but it would be interesting and it would be awesome if they come back from lunch and say, we have a verdict. I would hate for this to continue to go on, but I'd rather it go on and get whatever, the just and right verdict than to it be rushed and be wrong. Although I'm ready for a nap. I get this way this time every day. But all is good.
But I wanted to get it out so I could stop talking to him.
Y pido disculpas haber expresado esto fuera del orden, pero necesitaba expresarlo ahorita para yo poder seguir hablando con él.
May I have the defendant sworn?
Entonces me gustaría juramentar a el acusado.
Raise your right hand.
Levante su mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Muy bien, usted jura que el testimonio que está por dar es la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad, y que Dios lo ayude.
Sí.
Yes.
State your name.
Deme su nombre, por favor.
Edwin Ramos.
Edwin Ramos.
Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated.
Señor, entonces es el entendido de este juzgado de que usted va a poner una petición de declararse culpable al cargo de conducir mientras estaba bajo el efecto intoxicado.
Sí.
Yes.
That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs.
Muy bien, entonces eso se considera un delito menor que puede ser castigado a sentencia de hasta 93 días de cárcel, $500 de multa más cargos por juzgado.
Okay.
Okay.
The court could also order community service and rehabilitative programs as the court deems necessary.
También el juzgado puede sentenciar a servicio comunitario y también a un programa de manejo para conductores, manejo de desintoxicación, si el juzgado lo cree necesario.
Okay.
Okay.
The court could also order your vehicle immobilized, order you to pay the cost of the prosecution, as well as the cost of any emergency services.
Muy bien, y el juzgado también puede poner orden para que su vehículo quede inmovilizado y también el costo de poder proceder con el juzgado y cualquier costo de servicios de emergencia.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you understand all of that, sir?
Señor, ¿comprende usted todo eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you still wish to plead guilty?
Entonces, ¿usted todavía desea proceder en la petición para declararse culpable?
Sí.
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Muy bien. Entonces, a ese cargo que se le imputa, ¿cómo se declara? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Muy bien. Y usted entiende de que al declararse culpable, usted no tendrá ningún juicio de ningún tipo.
Sí.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
También usted firmó el formulario de las indicaciones sobre sus derechos, ¿correcto?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any questions regarding those rights?
Muy bien. ¿Tiene usted alguna duda, alguna pregunta en cuanto a esos derechos?
No.
No.
You understand that all the trial rights that were explained in that form, you are giving up.
Muy bien. Y usted entiende de que todos los derechos de juicios que se le explicó en este formulario, usted está entonces está renunciando a ese derecho.
Sí.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Really, I mean it.
Muy bien, y también usted entiende de que usted está renunciando a su derecho de poder apelar.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you under the jurisdiction of any court?
Señor, ¿y usted está ahorita bajo la jurisdicción de alguna otra corte o juzgado?
No.
No,
Other. Only
only this one. Sorry.
Have you ever been to prison for longer than a year?
Señor, ¿alguna vez usted ha estado en prisión por un periodo mayor de un año?
No.
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record?
Muy bien, ¿y alguien le ha prometido a usted alguna otra cosa de más a lo que está aquí estipulado en el récord?
No.
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Y usted está haciendo esto de manera voluntaria y a
Sí.
su libre albedrío.
Sí.
Yes.
And also because you believe that you are guilty?
Y también lo hace porque usted sí cree que usted es culpable.
Sí.
Yes.
Counsel, have any issues regarding Padilla been addressed?
Muy bien.
I was gonna Bardier, if you're all right with it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Entonces pregunta, consulta al fiscal, ¿hay alguna otra cosa que necesite dirigirse usted?
No.
However, let me ask you, I have discussed with you the possibility that this could affect your rights with immigration.
Y déjeme hablar esto con usted, de que ya habíamos hablado sobre la posibilidad de que esto pueda llegar a impactar sus derechos con migración.
And we've discussed possible outcomes with respect to the effect of this case on your immigration matters.
Y hemos repasado y hablado sobre las posibles situaciones que se pueden dar en el caso de su estatus migratorio. Yes.
And you've had an opportunity, although you may not have availed yourself of that opportunity, to speak to an immigration lawyer regarding this case.
Y que usted tuvo la oportunidad, aunque no hizo uso de eso, pero tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con un abogado de migración sobre su caso. Yes.
Nothing further.
Nada más sería su señoría. Muy bien.
Sir, on the date of April 23rd, 2023, at the location of Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Muy bien, señor. En la fecha de abril 23 del 2023, en la avenida de Michigan, en lo que es el municipio de Pittsfield, en el condado de Washington, en el estado de Michigan, ¿operaba usted un vehículo automotor?
Sí.
Yes.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Y antes de haberse puesto a manejar ese vehículo automotor, ¿usted había consumido licor al punto de intoxicarse?
Sí, licor.
Yeah, liquor.
All right. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
Muy bien. ¿Y usted fue detenido por la policía o hubo un accidente?
Fui detenido.
I was stopped.
Do you know why they stopped you?
¿Y sabe usted por qué fue que lo detuvieron?
Creo, no me acuerdo muy bien, pero solo me pusieron las luces y me paró el policía.
I don't recall that well, but I know they turned on the lights and, the police stopped me.
Are you objecting to the police stopping you in this case?
Junior, ¿usted está poniendo alguna objeción de que el policía lo hubiera detenido en este caso?
No.
No.
All right. After you were stopped, were you ultimately arrested?
Muy bien, y luego de que lo detuvieron, a usted entonces luego lo definitivamente arrestaron.
Me detuvo y me checó, me pidió la licencia, toda información y de ahí al rato me arrestó.
So they stopped me, they checked on me, they asked for my driver license and all the information, and after a while they did arrest me.
Were you taken to the hospital for a blood test?
Muy bien, y lo llevaron entonces al hospital para hacerle un examen de la sangre.
No, creo que me llevaron ahí nomás para la prisión y ahí me checaron.
I'll ask him to repeat, Your Honor. Perdón, señor, ¿se lo llevaron solo a la prisión? ¿Qué más?
Y ahí me checaron en la clínica, ahí en la prisión.
Okay. No, I was taken to the prison and I was checked at the prison's clinic.
Did they draw blood from you, sir?
Entonces, ¿le tomaron muestras de sangre?
Creo que sí.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And we're going to be stipulating to the 0.19 results of that test.
Y usted iba a estar haciendo una estipulación a 1.9 de los resultados de esa prueba.
Sir, do you have any reason to dispute the blood test results?
Muy bien, y si tiene usted alguna razón para cuestionar lo que son los resultados de la prueba de sangre. I will ask again, Your Honor.
I believe he said no. Can you ask him, did he say no to the last question?
Señor, usted me acaba de contestar que no.
No.
Yeah, he did answer no. Sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Entonces, le
Yes, Your Honor.
pregunta al consejero si esto complace con este caso, la petición del acusado. Y el consejero contesta, o el fiscal contesta, sí, su señoría.
The people are satisfied.
Defense is
Yeah.
satisfied.
Entonces, lo que es la fiscal que representa a la gente dice que queda satisfecha y también el consejero, el abogado defensor, está satisfecho.
The court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed.
Muy bien, entonces el juzgado va a aceptar la petición de declararse culpable a lo que es el cargo 2 y el cargo 1 va a quedar invalidado.
Defendant is referred to Von Swartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel.
Muy bien, y el acusado sí es referido a la Bank Courts para que le estén haciendo las pruebas y también para lo que es el panel de víctimas.
Sentencing is set for July 24th, 2024, 9 a.m., or as your invite indicates.
Entonces, la fecha de sentencia para este caso queda entonces para la fecha de julio 24 del 2024 a las 9 a.m. o lo que llegue a indicar la invitación.
Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
Yes.
As to the tether, he should go over to community corrections and have it checked.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
Y en cuanto al grillete, debería ir a la correccional comunitaria para que se lo revisen.
May I just understand it correctly? That's a suggestion and not an order to him?
Y su
Okay,
señoría,
thank you very much.
entiendo que eso es una sugerencia y no una orden. Y su señoría contesta sí.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus Angel Lupian Contreras.
Muy bien, la corte llama, el siguiente caso es la gente versus el señor Ángel Lupian Contreras.
Conrad Siller for Pittsfield Township.
Sir, Your Honor.
It was Conrad Siller for Pittsfield Township.
Muy bien, y tenemos al señor fiscal Conrad Seller para lo que es el municipio de Townsville.
Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Morgan Barroso on behalf of the people.
Y tenemos a la fiscal asistente Morgan Barroso a nombre de la gente.
Lauren Perny on behalf of the defendant.
Y tenemos a Lauren Perry a nombre de el acusado.
Can you state your name, sir?
Thank
Señor, ¿me
you.
puede dar su nombre, por favor?
Angel Alejandro Lupin Contreras.
Be right back.
Angel Alejandro Lupian Contreras.
Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjournment. I haven't had contact with my client prior to today.
Su señoría, estoy pidiendo un aplazamiento, puesto que no he tenido contacto con mi cliente a de no ser el día de hoy.
I know I'm not sure if we have the right number. Can you call our office and update it with the valid number?
Muy bien, y señor, no sé si tenemos el número correcto para usted. Es posible que pueda llamar a nuestra oficina y darnos el número actualizado.
¿Qué número sería ese?
What number would that be?
Area code 734-222-6970.
Entonces, el número sería código de área 734-222-6970.
I will adjourn both cases to August 7th, 2024, 9 a.m.
Muy bien, entonces voy a aplazar la audiencia de ambos casos para la fecha de agosto 7 del 2024 a las 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Yes, Brian, you did have a hand in that, and I am so
Calls the case of
appreciative.
the
The end of the
people
day, we'll
versus
do our job.
Kimberly Paquet.
Muy bien, entonces el juzgado llama al caso de la agente versus Kimberly Paquet.
So I guess this is
Conrad
the whole
Siller
bit
for
of
Pittsfield Township.
interpreters. I mean,
Y
translating.
el señor Seller para fiscal del municipio de Pittsfield.
Lauren Perny for the defendant.
Y tenemos a Lauren Perry para el abogado de la defensa.
Is Ms. Paquet present?
Y se encuentra la señora Paquet presente.
Gracias. Sí.
Yes.
State your name, please, ma'am.
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre, por favor?
Kimberly Pacay Hernández.
It's Kimberly Pacay Hernández.
Your Honor, we have come to a resolution.
Y su señoría, hemos llegado a una resolución.
Ms. Pakai is going to plead guilty to an added count 3 of operating while visibly impaired. And in exchange, count 1 and 2 will be dismissed.
Entonces, la señora Paquet se va a pedir una petición de declararse culpable a lo que es la cuenta 2 de conducir mientras estaba en estado visiblemente impedida. Y para eso, entonces, la cuenta 1 y 3 van a quedar invalidadas.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Y eso es correcto, su señoría.
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Muy bien, señora, ¿podría levantar su mano derecha para juramentarla?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Muy bien, entonces usted solemnemente jura que va a estar diciendo ante este juzgado la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad, y que Dios le ayude.
Así es.
That's correct.
State your name again for the record.
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre, por favor, nuevamente para el récord?
Kimberly Tatiana Pacay Hernández.
Kimberly Paquiano Pacay Hernández.
You may put your hand down.
Ya puede bajar el brazo, señora.
Ma'am, it's this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while visibly impaired. Is that correct?
Señor, entonces, del entendimiento de este juzgado, de que usted va a poner una petición de declararse culpable al cargo de estar conduciendo cuando estaba visiblemente impedida.
Así es.
That's correct.
That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, a $300 fine plus court cost.
Entonces, eso es un delito menor que puede llegar a ser penalizado hasta 93 días de cárcel, $300 de multa, más cargos de juzgado.
Entiendo.
I understand.
The court could also order community service or any rehabilitative services the court believes are appropriate.
Entonces, el juzgado también puede ordenar servicio comunitario y también cualquier tipo de servicio de rehabilitación para el conductor si el juzgado lo encuentra apropiado.
Entiendo.
I understand.
The court could also order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution, as well as the cost of any emergency services.
Entonces, también el juzgado puede ordenar inmovilizar su vehículo. También el cargo o el costo para proceder con este juzgado y también para cualquier otro servicio de emergencias.
Entiendo.
I understand.
Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Y comprendiendo todo esto, ¿usted todavía desea poner una petición para declararse culpable?
Sí.
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Muy bien, entonces a ese cargo, ¿cómo se declara usted?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Y entiende, y señora, usted comprende que al declararse culpable, usted no va a tener juicio de ningún tipo.
Y así es.
Yeah, that's it.
Because of that, you're also giving up certain rights.
Muy bien, y debido a eso también usted está renunciando a ciertos derechos.
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance.
Usted está entonces renunciando a su derecho de hablar con testigos, de cuestionar testigos y de que el juzgado no ponga una orden para llamar a testigos.
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial.
Y está también renunciando a su derecho a ver, escuchar y cuestionar a cualquier testigo que se trajera a juicio.
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you.
Muy bien, y usted también está renunciando a su derecho de ser su propia testigo o el derecho de permanecer en silencio, para que eso no se use en su contra.
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're also giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
También está renunciando a su derecho de que se presuma que usted sea inocente hasta que se compruebe más allá de cualquier otra duda.
Entiendo.
I understand.
You understand you're also giving up your right to appeal of right.
Y también usted entiende que está renunciando a su derecho de poder poner su derecho a apelación.
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Are you on probation, or parole?
Muy bien, señora, ¿está usted en alguna probatoria o libertad condicional?
No.
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
Señora, ¿hay alguien que le haya prometido alguna cosa, además de lo que está en el récord, que le haya prometido algo más para que usted se declare culpable?
No.
No.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way to get you to plead guilty?
Muy bien, ¿y alguien la ha amenazado? O coaccionado a que usted se declare culpable por algún medio?
No.
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Y usted está haciendo esto voluntariamente y a su libre albedrío.
Sí, así es.
Yeah, that's it.
And also because you believe that you are guilty of this offense?
Y también lo está haciendo porque usted cree, sí cree de que usted es culpable de esta ofensa o infracción.
Sí, así es.
Yeah, that's it.
You understand also that if you are not an American citizen, that your entry of this plea in this case could have consequences regarding any immigration status.
Y señora, usted también da por entendido de que al ingresar usted esta petición,
Yes, you can now. I was trying to do all my things and I didn't want to say something I shouldn't. Where are y'all at in this? Where are y'all talking? Because I just hopped in. Um, okay, we're good. My whole thing is I started this jury with trying to figure out. I mean, I came in blind. I didn't really know anything other than she was accused of killing her boyfriend who was a cop. And I have tried very, very hard to find reason to find guilt. When I listen to the prosecution, I'm devil's advocate. When I listen to the defense, I'm devil's advocate. There was not much devil's advocate on the defense side at all. There are just a few minor things that concern me. A lot of people are, I think, are putting weight in the phone calls, which at least the people that I'm with, putting a lot of weight in the phone calls and how angry she was. And I'm like, how many times have we been in relationships where we have blown up and lost our cool and said things? Sorry, women, we're more prone than men, but that was guilt. Huh? Yeah. Well, but the thing is that, you know, it just appalls me that this even got to trial. No, I guess, as you well know, I have a vast background, and the mechanics really bother me with the vehicle. I'm much older than I look. I'm 50 plus. I'm not gonna say anything else about that, but in my 20s, I had a significant other that had an automotive repair shop and also a car lot. I did Bondo work. I used to replace headlight, taillights, bumpers. I did a lot of mechanics. And day one, this theory with the headlight never settled with me. First of all, it's not glass, it's plastic, and plastic doesn't shatter into 45 pieces. Not that kind of plastic, not with that kind of impact. Um, yeah. But also, as a first responder, EMT, firefighter, I've seen a lot of impact wounds. I've seen multiple people hit by vehicles. In fact, I witnessed one. And the just it doesn't compute. It doesn't the law of physics doesn't fit. The injuries don't fit. You must acquit. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so I know where it is. It's in the witness protection program. It'll return home after trial's over. With a new name. I wanna comment on Bear's comment about the arm and the dog. Recovery addict, do you remember what I talked about with the glass? Okay, when I saw the glass the first time they pulled it out of the bag, um, I said that if it's not a dog bite, which I'm still on the big fence, I was a dog groomer, I've been bit many a times, but I was on the fence on, is it possible that the glass is what we use? Now, if you hit somebody with a heavy enough glass, you can do some really good damage. But could the broken glass be defensive wounds with somebody trying to strike him with a broken glass? Because you got puncture and drag, or you got scratches. I don't know. Huh? Mm-mm, couldn't have. Mhm. Exactly. I'm just trying to see how the glass fits in the picture. It's big hypothetical. Well, I am too. But it causes damage. Mhm. Well, no, I want to ask a question. We have the vehicle of John O'Keefe. I was waiting for them to enter that into evidence. They never matched them up, number one. But once again, being a body girl, when did they actually photograph that car? That car was detailed to the max. And they showed the wrong part of the vehicle. So when I blew up the back shot, it was flawless and perfect. And I'm thinking, did somebody do some repair on this vehicle? It was too pristine. When if they had taken the pictures right after the snow and after he had passed and nobody moved the vehicle, nobody touched the vehicle. You remember on Karen Reed's vehicle, once the snow melted, you when they took the close-ups of the hair, you could see the water particles all over the black of the vehicle. You can see the water spots. Well, you would have seen the same thing on his car, but it was you know how you take the Armor All and you do the black or whatever they do nowadays? It was too pristine. So I wanna know when those were taken and why they didn't match them up, because my mother has the same vehicle as Karen Reed, and I gotta tell you, that is high, but the bumper would have clipped his legs, probably would have damaged his knees at minimal, would have caused bruising. I don't care how high the headlight is or how far it sticks out. Mhm, mhm. And depends on the angle in which you're hit, and our bodies don't move perfectly up and down either. His ears would have blood in them. I talked a lot about this. I was on car from day one. I saw the blood pattern. I went, that's a fight. That's a vertical vertical nosebleed. It's not. And the same on the back of the shirt and the head and the eye. There's no way that that blood fell. I mean, it, and the thing is that nobody talked about the fire hydrant. Some people were talking about, well, if she did hit him and he hit the fire hydrant, that would be hard enough surface to cause damage to the back of the head. But the problem is nobody tested the fire hydrant for hair, blood, or DNA or anything. That was stupid. You have a potential um, hard surface that he could have hit. If you really want to prove that she hit him, he fell back, he hit the fire hydrant, she left. That's more plausible than the crap that they're feeding us now. And then, uh, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it's more plausible than what we're getting now. And you were talking about the hands. If his arm had hit that vehicle, his shoulder would have been damaged. It could have damaged the collarbone, the neck, not just scratches. I'm watching this going, "Can you bring me lunch?" Watermelon. Brian Higgins. Well, Allison, I'm a Bristol, Tennessee. I guess I missed that. What did recovery do to the counter? Did you have some paper under it? Oh, please. I had battery Uh-huh. Well, if you saw the video, I'm getting feedback. If you saw the video from the assault, there was a lot of hard accents. That accent, all those people were it's real. You went We've been saying sidebar. My mods are great. My $10? Mhm. Mhm. All right. I hope you got my $10. Yeah. 375. That's my town. Where I live is the same number of people as Canton, so I understand the way this is playing with the small town community. I live close to San Antonio, Texas. Not that close, but close enough. So I've been in the big cities, lived there, but I see a lot of the same mentality in the small town. We have we have movement in the courtroom. They want to go home. The judge just said they're done. But you know what? Rather than take enough along, I'd rather them take their time because then it solidifies it. Then if it comes back too fast, then it's a lot more, you know, less respected, for lack of a better word. Well, I was wondering about, what did y'all what did y'all think of the order in which they presented the evidence on the prosecution side? The witness and the order in which they did it. It didn't feel good to me. Did you understand my sign language? Interpreting for you sounded beautiful here. Thank you so much. I have a deaf person who just walked in, so I'm interpreting. I can hear you. I have a deaf person, I think, still watching. Oh, congratulations. I just want to say I hit 330 subscribers today. And last night I covered the Canton meeting and I'm got my first live that hit 3,500 views. Other than that, it's been like 200. So yay, thank you to all my mods. I was surprised, but yes, but thank you, RA. I have my camera working, but for today it won't work. So I'll be calling you. Thank you for letting me join. Braxton, nice to meet you. Thanks, Recovery Addict. I'm going back to my life. Wow, y'all. I'm back to my live. Come back. Come back. Come back. Holy crap. That was a little bit of an impromptu. Oh, oh gosh, that was awesome. Oh, that was awesome. Yay, it worked. That's the first time I've ever done that. I've been on a panel before, but I've never been in a situation where I brought along like we just did. Yeah, I may reach out, but right now RA's doing great. RA's doing fabulous. Okay, beloveds. Thank you so much. So you said I was getting some feedback on RAs. website? Or, I mean, YouTube channel? Um, so I'm just kind of catching up with some of the things. Oh. Mods, you are awesome. Do I not have, can you not hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Anybody there? Oh, good. Okay. Phew. Okay. Oh my gosh, it has been a day. Yes, it was awesome. Awesome sauce. So, guys, we are going to go live tomorrow. Be back here at 8 a.m. for the verdict watch. Until then, I hope y'all have a fabulous day. Remember, be kind to those around you. You don't know what kind of day they're having, and you may be the only kind person in their lives for that moment in time. So with that, I'm going to let you go. The puppers is going to come on, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Hopefully we'll have a verdict. Bye.